There we go.
All right. I am now planted back into my seat.
Awesome. I have hit the record button. So,
Hey, howdy, hey, people in the land of the internet. Welcome to Ancient Archive YouTube channel, home of Silsey and all of the other shenanigans that happen. We are on ep17 of Winter Everlasting, and I believe we have just gotten back to Targos. I am Baron Volthert over on twitch.tv /SABARREN Very long name. And of course, you all follow Silsey over on her Twitch, twitch.tv /SYLCEY. We are also joined tonight by Everix. No socials to plug, but always a fun time to have. And our wonderful and dungeon master, Mr. Boss Tom, who doesn't plug his own channels because there's really nothing for him to plug, but he does like to shout out his friend. So if you go to linktr.ee /JAYECHO, you can check out Jay Echo on all the socials that he wants to be reached out on, including his Safe for Work Blue Sky, his Not Safe for Work Blue Sky, and anywhere else that he is taking commissions.
and no worries if you couldn't follow any of that. All links will be down in the description below.
And while you're down there, make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons.
I mean, if you want, I can't make you do anything because I'm not your mom.
You have no choice. I'm not your mom, but I am currently playing a mommy. So while you're down there, you will hit the like and subscribe button.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. Last time on Winter Everlasting, the party recovered after their rather quick fight with the vampire Knoll. During the night's sleep, Tavia was contacted by the lady, another of the members of the Bloom, and began to play the lady against the child, revealing some of Arl's information to try to rebel against the Gloom and become independent. Cat says no.
She's headbutting my leg like a little fiend. Sorry, give me a second. Go ahead. I'm still here. I'm just having to satisfy her.
Meanwhile, Lash was contacted by the little Sunspot and learned that they were in the care of the warlock merchant Escrow, selling magically heated woven dolls to the populace. Once the party were all awake and recounted their encounters with each other,
Are you having trouble
they proceeded further into the cavern where they avoided the mind-invading entity and passed into a long-forgotten grove tended to by a very long, isolated dryad named Hathaway. Promising to not only return but to help, the party ventured further down until they found the ancient Netherese city, the Necropolis. Moving quickly and quietly to avoid the rather demented inhabitants of the city, the party made their way to first the library, where they met an Arcanoloth named Scribbed Scribe with their awakened penguin lackey Kingsport. A loose alliance was formed. Help for help. When Octavia was passed a message from the penguin claiming Scriven Scribe was crazy and asking for help. With a earlier found book on creating golem-like creatures traded in exchange for Kingsport's freedom, Scriven Scribe agreed to release the penguin into their service. As he explained, he was looking for a list of true names for other Yugoslav, seeking to gain leverage over his kin. After some rather mind-intrusive compulsion,
No.
Sky agreed to help the party further as they made their way to Orientation Hall, where they found Hathaway's contract, along with a handful of other magical items of some great power. And this was just in the Orientation Hall. What further could be found if this place was looted proper? With eyes beginning to turn on them, Scriven quite surprisingly teleported the party out of the underground after returning to Hathaway, freeing the Dryad, taking a sapling to be planted elsewhere, and they were transported to Targos, where they find the city not as they left it once more. As you all appear in Targos, things once more are not as you left it, but this time in a much more positive direction. The last time change came to Targos, you found windows boarded up, rather xenophobic graffiti marking some buildings. The marshal has been busy. Streets are shoveled from snow. The lamp lights are all lit. The marshal's guards march the roads, making sure all is well. Windows are no longer boarded. Graffiti has been scrubbed off. A feeling of normalcy has begun to return to Targos. What would you all like to do now that you are back in familiar grounds?
Well, Octavia has a very clear agenda. A little sapling in hand. She is going to make her way. Making my way. Son of a... God damn it. Why does... Sorry. The track I was playing suddenly played a Franklin University ad. Apologies. Okay. So, with the little sapling in hand and making good on my promise, because I said I would, and I'll be damned if anybody is going to get in my way, I am going to march my way on over to a clearing that's... It's basically like the largest clearing in... like within the walls of Targos. Over here, kinda in that weird spot between the guardhouse and Belladonna Fair and Ivory Wave. So right over here, with a clear view of the port. Gonna go over there and just gonna kind of check out, see if there's a good spot for planting a little sapling tree.
Usually this area hosts an open-air market during the springtime, but springtime has been gone for so long, all the market stalls have been removed, the materials all reclaimed for other purpose, so the entire area is fairly clear, with a good amount of soil thanks to the shoveling efforts by the marshal's men to find enough open ground to plant to your heart's content?
Well, that will be the very first thing that Octavia does. She's just going to kind of reach on over, finding like the very middle of this clearing. She's going to reach over and with her own like hands, since she doesn't have like a shovel or a trowel or anything. And oddly enough, I don't have a spell like Move Earth. You'd normally think I would, since I love me my magic, but no, not this time around. So I'm just gonna dig a little bit with my hands until I have a good, deep enough hole for the sapling and the little, pouch of dirt in which it rests. And then I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna put it into the earth. I'm gonna loosen the strings around the like cloth pouch, so then, the roots don't do funky stuff, and push earth back over it. And then using the charm of Druidcraft that was left to me by the pair that I ate, I will use Druidcraft to sorry. Case of hiccups, I think. And I will use Druidcraft to kind of vitalize the sapling and give it a little bit of a helping hand so that it can take root easier.
A plant pep talk, if you will.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And I'll just use all three instances because, I want it to take extra well, and I can't think of anything else I will be using the cantrip for in 24 hours, so all of it, boop, into this plant.
You use all three instances. Things and stuff happening in the backgrounds. That's not that one. Okay. You use the Druidcraft to use the bloom aspect, instantly making a flower blossom, seed pod open, or leaf bud bloom.
Mm-mm.
Each time you use the spell, you see another pulse through the sapling, growing little larger, roots taking root a little deeper, new buds beginning to form on some of the branches. You have given this sapling the best possible start you can. Now it'll be up to the sapling and Hathaway's magic put into the sapling to do the rest.
Yep. And this sapling is gonna have the best possible protection. I will make sure of it.
Indeed.
I've got a whole goblin legion. I'll give it like 24-hour guard. Rotating guards will just go around, make sure that this sapling always best treatment.
The sapling is planted. You are very sure that you have done the best you can to give it the start it needs.
I do hope that she'll be able to reach across and come visit us here. Oh, I barely even noticed anything else was going on. Huh. The snow's been shoveled up. I barely even noticed. Huh. I should probably check in with Cecilia. I'm sure the others will probably want to take care of their own business, and Lash will probably want to go to the Frosted Buckle, so I will
Lash
go.
was not there for the tree thing.
Yeah, yeah. Hence, Octavia is talking to herself because she knows that she was alone as she just beelined.
Oh no, Mercury was there with her.
Mercury is her ever-present shadow.
Pretty much. I mean, this is foreign place to him still. He's still that that awkward dude at the party that stays near his friend because he doesn't know. He still doesn't know the layout. He's just like, I don't know. Fucking
And I think the last place that Mercury would want to be with a new appendage is a whorehouse.
That is true. Also, especially if Delsa figured out, because she'd be like, you ain't doing anything with Lash, are you?
I mean, she's already gotten territorial once.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when Octavia went to go do the thing with the tree, Lash headed to the Frosted Buckle to see her family and especially check up on Kimmy because her arm should be fully back by now.
As you reach the buckle, you hear music from inside. Not the
So long.
And not just the typical background music to keep things covered up in sound-wise. This is actual, someone is inside singing and playing a violin.
And with a warm smile, Lash will enter.
As you enter, the buckle hasn't felt this much like home in a while now. Smiles on faces, drinks being passed around, people going in and out from the back rooms and the booths. On one of the center tables, you see a face you haven't seen in some time. Standing on the table, violin in hand, playing and singing to the gathered audience. Joyous chorus.
Huh. Wondered when we'd see her again. Lash will take a moment to quickly remove her castaway plate armor in the storage closet by the door there. And just in her comfortable outfit, she will take a little bit of time to enjoy the performance and kind of just let the girls notice that she's there.
Many of the girls who are working do give a smile and nod. Some of the ones who are not working come over to give welcome home hugs to you.
And for those that she can't reach with her arm, she definitely hugs with her tails.
Indeed. As the song wraps up, you feel the familiar thump of what you can only imagine is a spider tackling tails, gnawing at the ends. It's home. It is home. Delsa climbs up your back, arms around your neck, legs around your midsection and hips, acting as a sort of living backpack. As Joyous hops off the table, comes over. Well, I've been making my rounds around the towns, and I was wondering when I would find your home. And boy, what a warm welcome I got when I got here.
We do try to keep things warm and comfortable here at the Buckle, despite its namesake. And as she talks, she kind of absentmindedly scratches at the top of Delsa's head.
The celebration here is a little they're making up for recent events. Gotta get, back on track to being normal, or at least keeping up the appearances of normal. They did have
That's literally our business.
They did have their sacrifices through the towns while you were gone.
Yeah. Have you seen Kimmy around? Snowy Heron gone?
She was here a moment ago. She had just gotten back from talking to that rather interesting warforged out in the graveyard. Just wanted to have her arm looked at, make sure everything was functioning and that it wouldn't fall off if used.
She should be right as rain now with the ring that I gave her.
Oh yeah, all digits accounted for. She just wanted to make sure it was in working condition, we'll say. And I've got to say, she feels like a warmed, weighted blanket when hugged.
And that was before the Heartstone.
It has been interesting to see how those magical items have affected each other. But nothing untoward. Well, I'll let you go visit with Kimmy. I'm going to head down to see our lovely Octavia and our mysterious Mercury. You go ahead and go enjoy your family. I'm going to go and share gossip from the other towns.
And they can get me caught up later. It was good seeing you again, Joy.
And you as well. She stops, reaches up, gives you a kiss on the cheek. I have riled up this crowd enough. I imagine if you stay very long, you're going to make a lot of business. These people are ready to get back to normal, and well, you know what normal means, right? The Buckle.
Of course. Stay safe, stay warm.
With a flare, she takes the jacket off of her shoulders, twirling it so the bright outside is now inside as she wraps it tight around her as a weather coat. And leaves you with your family. Delsa sits and nibbles at your shoulder and hair, kind of pointing towards the back. Kimmy's back there. She's been waiting.
And how's shoot? It's been a while since I've done anything. I think her name was Hattie.
Yes.
How is Hattie? How's she doing? Was she at the front door?
She was not. One of the other creatures was.
Hattie's with Kimmy.
She is. That Delsa leads you into the back. Opening up the room where a lot of the girls take breaks, you see Hattie and Kimmy sitting near one of the vanity mirrors. The Harangon pops up, runs over, and I would like, if you wish to not fall over, to give me a strength saving throw as she leaps up onto you.
Let's see here. 23. Solid catch.
Solid catch. She is hefty, but it is Kimmy.
Well, now all that fur is not just for show now, huh? And she just starts to nuzzle their noses together.
She jumps down. No, I am back and right as rain. She holds up her hands. The arm that was missing. The fur has grown back for the most part. It is still a little thin. It looks kind of more like a spring coat than a winter coat. And you can see swirls of gold running through it. With the emerging white fur, it looks like white and gold marble.
You've always been beautiful, Kimmy, but now you are breathtaking.
Don't get me blushing too much. Not exactly pink anymore, the blush. As she says this, you do see the blush beginning to form in the insides of her ear, and it takes on a golden color.
With Kimmy having said the blush isn't pink anymore, yeah, Lash is definitely leaning in and teasing her sister, trying to get her to blush.
You see the pink nose and the pink inside of her ears turning a gold.
Spectacular as always, and kisses her forehead.
She grabs a hold of your hand, pulling you towards the other girls who are resting. Well, you've got to tell us everything that you've been through.
It's been a lot, and that was just up to the point where we finally got to save you, and then there's been so much more. Oh. Refresh my memory. Lash has already come out about knowing magic with her sisters, right?
Yes.
Okay, but not necessarily that she's a living object. Or has she only shown the weapon form to, like, certain people? Because I can't remember everything that she's trying to keep secret. It's been a while.
If I recall correctly, you said that only the madam knew about the actual weapon form.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. Only the madam knows the weapon part, but the girls do know the magic part.
So she'll settle down, and for any of the girls that aren't too busy working, she will start telling the story of after Kimmy's passing up to where they teleported back to Targos. It's been a lot, but she does keep out the details of any time that she transformed into a weapon, like she's keeping that part secret for now, but she has told them that her skills with magic has been increasing a good bit, and at one point she will even use up one of the charges of invisibility just to show off a little bit.
Having to jump between several of the different chapters in the book. Because not everything is together. That was... That was the House of Arcane. Oh, she got the invisibility from the pair as well.
Yep. Yeah, she got chill touch from the goblet.
So you sure it's wise to show off a very powerful, quote unquote powerful spell that you don't know personally? Because they might it might be needed at some point, and they'll be like, "Hey, you can do that. Can you do that to get past them?" You're just like, "Oh, well, I don't know that anymore."
She would have told them that it came from a magic item. Like, this isn't a spell that I know just off the top of my head, but I can do this maybe 2 more times, and then it's just kind of kaput unless I get my hands on more of that fruit.
Right. Okay. The invisibility came from the pair. The chill touch is from the chalice. Gotcha. Those are 2 different magical effects, and I'm trying to keep track of them because things happen.
Did Mercury get anything from the pair? Because he bit into one.
Yeah, he got the Purplemancy, where he can make purple light for...
Oh.
You got Fairy Fire as a spell.
Okay.
Yeah, his was wait. The tank got to be invisible, and the rogue got something that makes him not invisible.
Right.
The rogue got something good for tracking and negating invisibility, something that you'd expect a ranger to do. And the ranger got something druidic. So I think I'm the only one who got something kind of sort of fitting for my class.
Yeah, you rolled good on those. Let's see. From the chalice, Flash got the chill touch. Did anyone else actually drink
Mercury?
from the chalice?
I think Mercury got prestidigitation.
Yeah,
Mercury got prestidigitation.
Yep, and Octavia did not drink.
Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. I have those sheets open specifically and off to the side. As you tell the stories, you have their absolute attention of all the girls in the bird.
Because for once, they're hearing from an adventurer that's not trying to fuck them.
Very true. No attempt to impress. This is just Slash talking to her family.
And then, of course, after she's done regaling them with her adventures, she has to be like, I want to catch up with everybody. What all have you been doing? What have you been working on? Let's just get back to a little bit of normal, girl talk. Come on. Just wants to catch up with her family. Like, yeah, she's been through a lot, and now she needs normal.
Normal is what she gets. She's told one of different clients coming in some of the cheesy pickup lines that they get from fishermen or lumberjacks or traders. Flash for the next couple of hours. It's home and it's peaceful. And a good reminder of why you're out there with Octavia and Mercury. This is what you're out there protecting.
So I guess while Lash is having a couple hours of family time, we can cut back over to what Octavia and Mercury are up to, because I doubt it took hours to plant that tree.
Did not take long.
I sure hope not. I've got a +4 nature and I use druidcraft.
I will also say, Lash, give yourself a inspiration on your sheet. The heroic inspiration tab. Go ahead and click that.
Yay.
As you're inspired. This is being home and being normal is inspiring you to strive harder to make this last, to make this completely normal again.
It's going to make it all the harder to leave.
It will, but when you do leave, you will have a renewed sense of purpose. After you get the tree planted, and Scriven Scry behind you looks at the tree and gives kind of a snort. Remember, Fiend, this is sentimental stuff. This is where's the angle in this is what is basically going through his head, but he follows along with your 2 dragon wormlings and your shadow, Mercury.
Octavia will, of course, return to the offices of Belladonna Fair. She'll first check to see, are the goblin battlements still up?
The goblin defenses have been taken down. And as you get close to the building, you catch sight out onto the lake. And you see a few ice fishing huts out past the docks. And goblins pushing sleds back and forth between the docks and these huts. Fresh fish is being brought in.
I'm glad to see that business is getting back to normal. It's been so long. And she will go ahead and go through the front door. Trying to find Cecilia in whatever madness is going on inside.
As you enter, you do not find Cecilia in the offices. Which means she must be in the production area. And sure enough, when you enter the production area, you hear the familiar sounds of fresh fish being turned into canned rations. The presses are going, the roller tables are being pushed along. Fish are being hung up from hooks moving along the production line. The goblins have set up a few benches so they are more at a comfortable working height, and you see Cecilia walking along, making sure that it is up to standard. She turns, sees you, and you see a
Surprise
smile.
inspection.
You see a smile you haven't seen in a while. Dress has eased on her. And even Cecilia's feeling hopeful again that this will all be all right. She clasps her clipboard to her chest, walks over. Welcome home.
Home
No.
indeed.
As you can see, the goblins are really good with knives, and they've taken to cutting fish rather quickly.
Well, they are industrious, and they are certainly some of the best, most dedicated workers that I have ever had the honor of employing. And she'll give just a general smile to like all the goblins within sight, because she is thrilled that production has resumed and that everything seems to be okay.
There for a little bit under the last speaker, things were getting a little dicey. He chopped us to only a third of our emergency reserves. But with the goblins' help, we are nearly restocked on emergency stores and are starting to pack the general stores again.
And to that end, and she's going to reach into her inventory, and she's going to pull out a thing.
What thing?
She's going to pull out the Hook of Fisher's Delight.
You see her cock her head a little bit. We have fishing hooks.
This one's magical. I caught a fish in a splash of water no deeper than a brandy snifter using this. There were no fish in it, but this caught a fish.
Catch her attention, and she comes closer to look at it. Really?
Really?
That's...
It seems to only be able to do it about once a day, but it can catch fish. I've only managed to catch the one. I've only had the time to really sit down and use it once, but it was being used by a... And she pauses because she is realizing what she's about to end up doing in the near
Arrogant,
future.
selfish, pig-headed, boorish, numbskulled leader.
Oh no, because now she's thinking a little bit further on from that, because she made a promise to the Nulls that she was going to help them. And that means she's going to offer them employment, so...
Oh no,
she's,
I am becoming the ambassador for normalization of monstrous races in everyday life. Not a bad
Everyone's
place
gonna
to
call
be.
me a furry.
She does pause for a moment as she processes that and the implications and the additional strain that this may put on Cecilia, and then she remembers Cecilia is the next most boss-ass bitch that she knows, and she can fucking handle her shit. So she gives a little head shake and goes, so we killed a despotic Knoll war chief, and he was letting his pack starve while he was using this freely to keep himself fed. So...
You see anger that you haven't seen on her in quite some time. Some of the anger that made you really like Cecilia. Well, I hope you gave the asshole the treatment he deserved.
We
No one
let
should
his
be
pack
left to
eat
starve.
him. We let his pack eat
That-
him.
Alive.
That sounds very
Let his
noble.
pack eat him alive.
And also, I may or may not have made a possible promise / agreement to provide them with a better life. And she's kind of giving a little grimace, like, please don't be mad at me.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. No
Nails,
worries.
tapping clipboard.
They're definitely too weak right now to be any kind of a problem, but I think that they will be highly inclined to work for food. They've been starving for a while, and they don't have any hyenas from which to increase their numbers, so either we let them go extinct in the region and suffer from starvation in the cold, or we acquire a defense force of gnolls who work for fish and lodging. You know, we could maybe expand into more hunting out from here across the frozen wastes. I hear that bear meat is very, very popular come summertime, after they've had plenty of time earlier in the season to eat bunches of nuts and whatnot. It'll be great.
Her face is scrunched up. She is pinching the bridge of her nose.
Octavia moves on from canned fish to corned beef.
The
And
logistics
she
of this
just-
is
She sheepishly
A
hands
nightmare.
out the fishing hook, just kind of like, magic fish hook?
she takes the hook. The only problem is gnolls usually consider anything food. But, and this is a big but, if they are out of hyenas to reproduce from, it will keep their numbers in check. And if they have been hungry long enough,
Oh, I promise you, I already have a fantastic rapport with them. They are actually surprisingly sweet when they are not ravenously tearing apart their despotic leader.
she
They
looks
are-
up at you, sighs, her face softens. You would never let anything go hungry, no matter how bad of an idea it would be to feed them. It's one of the reasons I work for you. We'll make it work.
Oh, I do have good news on that front, actually. There is another thing. Not worrying this time. This is actually something wonderful, something good. I promise this additional friend, it may take her some time to be able to reach over this far, but I planted the sapling of a dryad's grove just over in the market square.
Well, that we can deal with easier. But where in the world did you find a dryad in this tundra?
Under the glacier.
I didn't know there was anything under the glacier.
A Netherese
Well, I tell you-
crashed city is stuck
Right, I'll tell you
inside
what
the
this is.
glacier.
There also might be some vampire bolts. Vampire bolts.
Oh yeah, there are also some vampire kobolds, but you know, it's we already got rid of the vampire gnoll that created them, so they're just scampering around. They're gonna probably die of starvation or cold or something.
She stops, reaches up, grabs you by the armor, pulls you down, and places the back of her hand against your forehead. Okay, you don't have a fever.
No,
You're not going crazy on me, are you?
you know, for all the things that I have gone through in just the past couple of days, you'd be more than right to worry about that, and I will tell you all about it. When's your next break?
Right now, grabs you by the ear.
Ow.
I came down to make sure that, as good as they are at flaying fish, convincing them that they have to bathe and wash regularly has been more than a little bit of a headache.
Oh, that'll be a simple thing to fix. As she takes a kind of central stance and she calls out to everyone, be sure to pass the message along. So long as you maintain proper hygiene and frequent washing, not only will I be sure to talk with the speaker to provide for further tunneling provisions and permission, but I will also supply you with booze from Goodmead, which I'm traveling to very soon.
Celia looks at you. You sure you want to liquor up the goblins?
It's that or caffeinate them. Pick your
Well, she's
poison.
not gonna lick him herself.
She holds up the fishing hook, grabs a rod from one of the racks. Well, how about we go test this out and talk?
Let's. It's been a while.
I sense hostile negotiations are in your future.
Ties the hook to the end and leads you out onto the docks. She does not stop near the lake, but at a full water barrel that is slightly steaming. Seems they have been heating water and putting in these barrels to defrost a few things needed out on the lake. She takes a seat, drops the hook in the barrel, pats the seat next to her. So, how has your excursions been going?
You might not believe me if I were to tell you, but I'll tell you anyway. I really did need those words that you gave me when we last spoke. Especially after everything that we've encountered since then. But I think I have a new direction, a new angle that I'm going to do my best to try and take this whole situation from. I might possibly have the opportunity to do a little bit of turning collaborators against one another. I don't know for how long I'll be able to manage it. I don't really understand their bond all that well, but the ones who created the dome, I think I might have finally managed to build a wedge that I can put between the two.
there's anyone who can break up a partnership for the benefit of others, it would be you.
Unfortunately, I'm having to pretend like I'm on their side. Do you remember when I mentioned to you the group calling themselves the Gloom? She did mention this. She did mention this to Cecilia when she first heard from the child. So.
I do?
Well, I heard from the next one who calls herself the Lady. She's a little bit more conniving rather than just simply manipulative. And I've managed to sow doubt in their support behind Arl, the revived minor goddess of winter, who has been doing her thing, making it perpetually colder than shitty tits up here. So, you could say I've also driven yet another wedge. And if I can manage to destabilize their association, if I can get them to stop backing Arl, then that means I could destabilize their hold on the whole region. And if this all feels normal, getting rid of Arl will actually end the perpetual cold. She's the one who's been doing this.
This all feels very much above our pay grade. We're used to dealing with business people and shitty contracts and people trying to get one over on us. This is pissing off deities. But I have your back.
You don't have a choice in the matter. You're the one who told me I could do it. And
I stand by that.
exactly. And she's just going to very gently take one of her hands and she's going to go, you are the most capable, intelligent, and powerful woman that I have ever had the honor of working with. I would
Besides
never,
me, of course.
I would never be able to see anyone else as an adequate partner in business. You are the pinnacle of capable.
Nice to hear sometimes. All true, but nice to hear.
True. There's no way I could run this place without you. Quite truly, I honestly couldn't.
Roll me a d20. Please.
Rolling that wonderful d20 for an 18.
18. You watch as the end of the fish hook begins to bob. When she pulls the fish hook out, you see a blue fish with white bands.
Oh.
She holds it up for a moment, and the fish wiggles a few times and manages to squirm free of the hook. But before it falls to the ground, you watch it sprout what look like fairy wings from its sides. It begins to flutter around you and Cecilia and begins to sing the most beautiful song you have heard in Aqua.
My home language.
Yep, 15 to 18, you get a blue fish with white bands.
And it flutters around for 2d4 hours.
Yeah, so roll me 2d4, please.
Oh god, please don't be both 4s. 4. So for the next 4 hours, we have a singing fish.
For the next 4 hours, you have a flying fish singing in Aqua.
It could be worse. It could have been one of those. Like, give me back the fillet of fish. Give me that fish.
It could have been.
Those things that fish are.
It could have been the 11 to 14, which is the yellow blackfish that you can use to throw at people. Because those ones taste bad, unfortunately.
Her head slowly tilts to the side.
I guess it catches a variety of things, because the one we caught was green and copper, and when we ate it, well, actually, we didn't eat it. I gave it to the gnolls. I gave it to one of them. I wish I'd had more. So I'm going to have to borrow some food supplies, because we're going to go back, and I'm going to have to do as I do and make another business deal.
Well, I will say, once we cut holes in the ice, fish were not the only things we managed to catch.
Quirked eyebrow. I beg your pardon?
Well, once the holes were cut, the goblins were rather surprised when a pair of walrus came through one of the holes. They weren't very happy that there were goblins standing around the holes when they came through, so the goblins... We have a few 100 pounds of walrus meat and blubber in the freezer.
That's not a bad thing. I'd be more than happy to take at least some of that and use that as a bargaining chip. I don't think the gnolls will be patient enough to use the can tabs. Or to use a can opener. And I really don't want them to hurt themselves trying to bite through, so... raw cuts should definitely do it. And, if we...
packaged up.
If we need to open up any more holes, well, I've been putting some of my own old ice crafting, magic to good use as I literally burrowed into the glacier. I wonder if those statues are still there.
Won't be necessary. The goblins are rather industrious when it comes to blowing holes in the ice.
Blowing holes in the... Did they get their hands on explosives?
Oh, apparently they know how to make it. And now, with the stuff to make it, they've been making it in abundance.
Has Cecilia gotten to see the penguin yet?
Oh
she
god,
has not.
Kingsport is probably like still standing in the front entryway, kind of like, what the I don't know where to go. So there are a couple of new additions to our general operations. One of them might be a little bit hard to get along with. He's a little bit how do I say,
He doesn't have eyes.
He's adversarial at times, but he will do as he is instructed. It will be fine, I promise. Don't mind the fact that he is a fiend from the hells. I promise. It's all perfectly fine. And she will beckon to Scriven Scry.
He approaches in his not fiendish form, the tanned elf. Looks Cecilia up and down, is a bit of a huff.
This is Scriven Scry. He was actually instrumental in being able to free Hathawin, the dryad, whose sapling we planted in the market square. So he is incredibly talented with magic, and he is a rather studious sort. All the wizardly skills. And part of our transaction also involved employing this little cutie. And she will get up and she will kind of like lead Kingsport into the open.
Huh. That is the largest penguin I have ever seen.
Go ahead and introduce yourself. Pat, pat.
Kingsport hops forward a bit. Well, this isn't quite the place I was imagining when you said you had a fishery, but it'll do. I'm Kingsport. Nice to meet you. And he speaks.
She points over to Scriven Scry. Talented wizard.
Understood. And I'm gonna come out and say it. I've been dreading the asking. Very much dreading the asking.
Oh, don't mind the dragons. They're also perfectly tame.
Yeah, the dragons.
We found them.
Why do you have dragons?
Oh, well, why not?
These
two proud noble boys are absolutely sweet as can be, and they are very proud. They wear their scales well. And she leans in. Honestly, they were being somewhat abused by followers of Arl, so I couldn't just leave them be.
You have to have the largest heart for the poor and downtrodden. And I do love that about you. But dragons, really?
Oh,
I suppose in the summertime?
Sweet. They're so sweet. And she'll get down, just kind of like squish both Tizar and Gellam's heads like against her cheeks, and she's like, "See, they're so sweet."
Scritches them under the gills.
I suppose in the summertime they could be used to keep things cold in the freezers.
Oh, among so many other things, I plan to watch these two grow up into the big strapping dragons that they are bound to be. But, speaking of dragons, there is
I have a wife to get.
There's a critical matter I need to ask. And I might need to ask the Marshal. if she happens to be around.
What are you gonna ask her if she does ceremonies?
No, we need to ask her if anyone by the prison has fucking seen a fucking dragon flying around the fucking ocean. But yeah. And with that, she's just gonna be like, but I think it's better if we just take this moment and I just clue you in. And she will just sit down and she will regale everything top to bottom with only one omission. She will only omit one particular thing.
The crystal.
I can't imagine what.
She will go ahead and leave the parts about Krishinabon out of it. But she'll talk to her, but she'll tell her all about the other companion, her passenger.
The celestial in her head.
Yeah, she'll talk all about that and just be like, really? They are indispensable.
As you sit and continue catching up with Cecilia, Mercury,
Yeah.
you feel someone coming up behind you.
Knife fight.
Knife fight.
Knife fight.
I will stop the knife fight by bringing more knives.
Does it feel like a threatening kind?
It feels like a, if you don't turn around, you're going to be hugged kind.
He turns around immediately. That's the threatening kind. To him, that's a threat.
That is a threat.
Where's your playlist taking you?
You turn and are nearly face to face with Joy.
Oh. What are you doing here so early?
Oh, been moving around, catching up on things. Flash is doing great. I would suggest y'all not trouble her with things. Let her be for a bit. But I thought I'd come along and see how the rest of you are doing. Make sure you're still alive.
Subjective. I did die at one point.
But it got better.
But I got better.
Why does that feel normal
arm
for
is
you?
blown off. No, it isn't. Just a scratch.
Well, really? I don't know.
Death
But,
and near death seem to be constant, Mercury things.
Well, this was almost complete. I was turned to ash completely, and then brought back by wine.
Good wine.
It's a very good wine.
One might say it was a strong spirit.
But I'm assuming you're not here on just joy.
Nope. I've been collecting information from some of the other towns. Boy, things are strange in a few places.
Well, that's not great.
Are you able to tell me anything that won't interfere with your interference? Or
I can
interfere
tell
with
you.
your rule of no interference?
Oh, I can tell you a few things. No worries about that. Some of it I have to keep to myself.
Or like fried chicken.
Some of it I have to keep to myself. That would be a little too involved.
Well,
Let's
I'm
see.
all ears.
Well, let us see. East Haven's having a little bit of a territory dispute between some Fae.
Looks to Octavia.
Meanwhile, I'm still having my conversation with Cecilia. I have not yet picked up on the fact that Joy is here. And I'm telling you, it was this big.
Let's see. Other things. Good Meat is kind of under siege right now, being held hostage in a way. Not quite giants, but getting there.
He kind of pauses. Aha.
Mm-hmm. In fact, they kind of don't have a leader at the moment. He kind of got squished.
Oh,
This like grape.
Apparently he went to negotiate and, well, he was already short as a dwarf. Now he's even shorter as a crater.
so that's like negative short.
Concave, even.
And I swear it was like sticking my hand in ice cream.
Ignore her.
And, oh, let's see, the last little bit, I didn't get very close to the town because, parties there I'm not allowed to interfere with. And, well, there's also things keeping, I don't know how he got past them, but there are things near Dugan's Hole that, well, they're also kind of holding the town hostage.
Mercury will also relay whatever information that he has gathered to Joyous. I'm not going to relay it because player me has the
No
memory
damned
of
idea.
player me has the memory of a net trying to catch water.
Has the memory of a silly little fox.
A leaky sieve.
But y'all have all been really busy. Ooh, and a little bit of information, and she reaches out a hand, and she's gonna try to boop you, Mercury.
Do you let the
He-
boop?
He leans back a little bit and just goes, "Okay, you can't just do that without telling me what's gonna happen. You know this."
She rolls her eyes a little bit. Spoil sport. Lash is a lot more receptive to touch. Anyway, I have it on a little bit of good authority, and this does not affect my mission at all, so I can tell you as much as I want, but I'm not going to tell you everything because where would be the fun in that? She reaches into a pocket, pulls out a scrap of paper, and holds it out to put it in your hand.
He accepts the scrap of paper. He opens it up to read it, hoping that it's a
Open it
language he
up.
can read.
There's no words written on it, but there is a symbol. Make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
It's a symbol of a poopy butt.
15. The symbol of a poopy. I'm an adult, I
Better
swear.
Enough to keep your wits about you. But it is a symbol that both makes your blood boil and run cold. The symbol of a skeletal snake devouring its tail. The mark of the soul necromancers.
Those dicks.
They, or at least some of them, are here.
Here. Are you talking about in the sphere or Targos here?
Trapped in the sphere. A little bit out in the wastes.
Right. Well, won't they be in for a surprise?
But I figured you would want to know. And
This
now
is
you
very
do.
valuable information, and I thank you greatly.
Just be
Can
careful.
I show you my gratitude with my penis?
Everett? Maybe. Mercury, no.
Now, I didn't get close enough to really get a good look at them, but I did find, well, I got a good enough look at one. And I'm not really sure who he is. Dark cloaks, mask, what looks like a nail with that symbol pounded into his forehead. Pretty sure he's one of their creations.
Right. Well, I mean, in all fairness, seeing somebody with a giant nail in their head is subtle enough.
That wasn't the only thing he was wearing, though. He did have, and she gestures towards the crest of the Raven Queen on your cloak. One of those still attached to his cape.
All right. I'll see if I can get in contact with her. Each attempt has failed thus far, but I do at least have a contact somewhere.
This one's a freebie, and it might get me in trouble a little later on. But if you're having trouble calling out, make your way to East Haven. It might cost you a little bit, but well, there's people there who can get the word out and get word back to you for a cost.
Do you know what that cost is by chance?
I can't tell you.
That's fair.
Spoilers.
All right. So, and I'd already promised them that I'd just follow them around doing whatever they needed to do because I thought all my stuff was done. I'll pass the word, but
They pull me back in.
yeah, I'll pass the word. But if anything, yeah, he's frustrated about this. Yeah, like I'll just pass the word. We'll make our way to East Haven again at some point.
Don't be frustrated. Look, I made the poopy butt with a forehead nail.
Don't get mad, get glad.
And then mad.
Glad Tupperware. It'll only survive 2 washing machine cycles.
She gives you a smile, turns, and begins to creep up behind Octavia.
He doesn't.
Octavia.
He doesn't say anything. He lets it happen.
Octavia, you
Yes.
feel someone coming up behind you.
Is it malevolent?
As you're about to be hugged.
Something
Non-consensually.
is rapidly approaching your location.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not.
and if it feels like you're about to be hugged, you know it's not Mercury.
Well, I'm not super attuned to different personages, but I'm in a good mood. Things are looking up. So she'll just be like,
I shall allow it.
Just be aware that the plate around my body is a little on the frosty side, so it won't be warm.
Is it Lash is the only one who's huggable in this group?
Well, only because I'm wearing armor, because we're outside and we're fishing. But if you want a proper reception, she turns in her seat, I would be more than happy to have a warm meeting inside, as the fish still flying around us singing in Aquan.
Fine. I was just relaying some news. Already talked to Lash. Gave Mercury possibly another ulcer.
Well, I have plenty of information to pass along as well. I was just speaking to my wonderful business partner, Cecilia, letting her know about our more personal perspective of the journey, but I would be more than happy to regale you as well with all of the fine details over a cup of coffee. It has been a number of days since I last had coffee. I desperately need some, so let's go ahead and go inside. And Cecilia, darling, be sure to take an early break.
Mercury still has 10 vials of that coffee.
Coffee potion.
As you leave, the fish stays behind with Cecilia since she's the one that caught it.
No, it's not the coffee potion. It's just he straight up bottled the coffee from the end of this coffee machine
Oh
before
God.
they left.
Well,
Yeah, he said he wanted it in case he needed a crash out.
well, he has 10 bottles that are completely empty. I had to remind myself how it works. You can't pour it out into another vessel.
We'll say he poured it in, tucked him away with that before they disappeared.
Yep. If you pour coffee from the bottle rather than drinking from it, the coffee vanishes the moment it leaves the bottle. So it's got to go directly from bottle to mouth. It was something I did not remember. My apologies.
Reflavor it for the employees.
I did reflavor it for the employees. It is actually described here as the break room coffee machine. So, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. You're good.
Sorry.
Now we know.
No.
At some point, Mercury's just like, huh, I'm a little lighter than I should be. Damn it.
I don't remember drinking these. Turns to Shadow. Did you drink these?
It turns to shadow.
Shadow vibrating violently. No. Just rapidly shakes head at like the speed of sound.
Could you imagine if Shadow had like 10 vials of coffee?
Oof.
Instead of a nice crisp outline, it's just blur.
The literal void as my shadow.
So yeah, she will invite Joy up into her boss office, offer some she'll bring up the coffee machine with her. Just like pull it out of the wall, hoist it all the way up, plop it down on her desk, pour out just enough and just be like, oh, it has been too long since I had coffee. Oh. Please pour yourself some. It's always warm.
No, thanks. I'm not really allowed to have caffeinated things.
I won't tell anybody if you won't.
I'd highly recommend not.
Anyway. So, you've been busy.
Is that from the objective point of view of an observer or someone who is unhappy with interference?
Oh no, interfere away. I enjoy having a smoke screen. You have been wonderful at masking my being here. All eyes are on Octavia Juventus Punctius Roth.
Well, actually, a little fun turn of events. I might have turned eyes angry toward two of their own members. It seems I might have found a little chink between a little chink in the armor. That is the relationship between the child and the lady.
Now, we do know that those two do not quite get along. One with rather order and well-maintained machinations, and the other one just wants to cause chaos and turn people into toys. So we did
Indeed.
know that they didn't like each other, but if you can widen that gap, that would be wonderful for future endeavors.
Because they both seem to be getting involved in what's going on here. One of them recently turned their focus toward a rather unseemly effort to influence the great white worm of the north. Last time we saw her, she swooped in and she knocked Grandmaster Zhao out of the sky, and he had to end up dropping the palanquin that he was carrying us in. We're going to have to recover that as well, because that has a friend who passed away recently. We'll have to fix that. There's a lot to do. Many things require a lot of attention, but if there's anything in particular that you may want to be informed of with perhaps a little more detail than Mercury is a darling boy, but I fear he may have maybe glossed over certain finer nuances.
Are you calling me dumb?
No.
I mean, you're right, but are you calling me dumb?
No,
He is not the
that you are
grandest teller of
that
tales.
you have a tendency to oversimplify. Very direct, to the point. Glossing over nuance is not the same thing as not noticing it.
Well,
So no,
I've
she
been-
would never insult. She would never insult Mercury.
I speak a thread of truth and a web of lies.
A little bit.
I've been picking up a little bit of information myself. I've already given Lash just a touch, not a lot. Mercury a little bit more so, enough to give him ulcers or an aneurysm, one of the two.
Please don't. I need him alive so he can continue to stab things I can't. She
Well,
pulls
I'll leave it
out.
to
She
him.
pulls out her lonely little unenchanted dagger. Because if I'm forced to defend myself without magic, this is the extent of my ability. Puts it
Ugh.
back in.
Well, that's no good at all.
No. So, information being power and all, I welcome any and all insights you may have gleaned that may be of use to me.
Well, one thing that has been found is the, well, dear missing Grand Master of the monks.
Is he well? Is he safe? Alive?
Alive, yes. Safe, no. Well, not so much. He did go up against an ancient white dragon.
Yes. I'm aware, because I'm going to have to do the same thing, but, you know. I'm of a slightly less muscled caliber, so.
Anyway, he is alive. He was wounded in the battle. till he's healed. I'm afraid his flying days are done.
Is he at least back at the monastery?
He is not.
Oh gods. Okay, where is he?
Well, he found himself crashing in a place rather aptly named. He found himself crashing in a place called Wormdoom Crag.
What?
It's a place where frost giants used to take dragons to execute. Luckily, they haven't been there in some time. In fact, a couple of groups of Goliaths have set up settlement, and they are currently in possession of the master. Whether he's safe with them or not, I don't really know.
I have a particular obligation to one of his daughters to at least see to it that he is returned safe and sound, so that is certainly something I'm going to have to take care of. She has concerned face, and she is hands folded in front of her. Any other grim tidings that you bring on this day?
Well, you kind of brought this up already, that not just one but two of the Gloom have been in the area. Well, I hate to say it, but y'all have hit the trifecta.
I really cannot deal with a third one. I'm already having my hands full balancing and juggling two. She pinches her brow, and it's like a fabric simulator of just folding in on itself with just pure stress.
Well, this one is crush, kill, destroy.
I
If
haven't
you're
been
talking
able
about
to
the beast.
I've been able to completely confirm he's here, but the signs do point that the beast has taken interest in the area. Something about having a goddess on the board has brought all three of the Gloom in close proximity, which is concerning because, well, they don't work together, or they're not supposed to.
Oh, it can never just be simple, can it? Oh, goodness. All right.
This realm of dread has... It's not following the normal way of things. The Dark Lord of this place had not fully established her rule before they sealed it off. That was something that doesn't really happen. Usually the Dark Lord establishes himself, establishes rules, takes control, and over the course of a few years turns the place into a realm of dread. This one seems rushed.
Well, Auril herself seems to want to undermine the Gloom because she does not have confidence in their abilities as demigods, elevated, ascended. They're not exactly, by default, gods themselves. I've learned a little bit about their history, and I've been able to piece together some interesting lost bits.
That I would like to hear all about.
Tell me what you know about god masks.
Oh, well, god masks are usually what's formed when a god becomes stagnant. And they make a mask to hand off to somebody to refresh the pool, so to say.
Now, think about it from this point of view. Hypothetically, what happens when you break one of those masks?
Well, to break the mask is to break the god. Well, I would imagine if a god was broken, they'd be forgotten. And you would end up with fragments of a god's power.
Now let's also speak hypothetically if said god had their mask broken into 3 pieces.
So that would be where the glue gets their power from. That's very interesting. We
And-
thought they were deities in their own right, but they are borrowing power from a broken god.
Specifically, it seems said god does not even remember their own name or how it happened. All they remember is a vague sense of betrayal and sadness and fury.
They wouldn't remember who they were. I mean, think of it. If your soul was laid on an anvil and a hammer was taken to it, how much of you would remember what you are?
Probably not a damn thing, so I am impressed. I'll go ahead and lay these cards on the table. I made contact with the entity that is very likely to be the ancient god in question, who had their power divided to create the gloom. They were trapped in some kind of bizarre mirror demi-plane where some kind of crystalline remains from what might have been their body or from the bodies of other gods were being harvested by forces created by the child. They're harvesting some kind of crystallized divine essence or being. And it was only in an act of complete desperation I reached out and I made contact with the entity. And they decided they wanted to be a passenger on my journey.
Interesting.
They seem to be benevolent, but unfortunately, they have lost a great deal of power, and I have made a deal with them to see about regaining that power. So now that we know that the Gloom themselves were not originally gods, and they are, this is my theory, they're establishing these realms of dread and they want them stable and they want people living in them so as to manifest more recognition of the members of the Gloom to then develop a following and be recognized and elevated as true gods. This is my theory.
That would make sense.
But
Broken
because they are
God.
twisted and evil, they're doing it in... She kind of gestures all around. They're doing it in this way.
Broken God's mask wouldn't be an infinite power source. A very large pool of power, yes, but without devotion or at least fear feeding that power, it would be like having a lake with a dam and a hole is in it. Power's constantly leaking out, and fear or worship would be rivers feeding that lake to keep it full.
So, that's what I have to report. And I have decided on my target. My target is to somehow make the child relinquish their power.
That would be a monumental task. I won't be able to advise you on it, as that would be direct interference. Can't really do that.
I simply thought it would be good to keep you in the loop, as you are an interested party involved on the side of, keeping tabs and or regulating this thing that they do. So.
Father would really want to hear that. I kind of wish Brawl was here.
Well, give us time. We'll bring the dome down, and you should be able to come and go and visit, and I'd be more than happy to regale you all. Actually, small experiment, if I may. And she will hold out her hand. And in her head, she's going to go, would you like to try and speak with her directly? She says to her passenger.
You don't quite get a vocal acknowledgement, but you do get an acceptance. Joy reaches out her hand, and the moment she makes contact, you see the mask form on her face, and she goes rigid before yanking her hand back. No, not doing that again.
Seems to have an interesting reaction for anyone who's dipped so much as a toe in this. Are you quite all right?
I'm not really sure. Oh, my head's swimming.
It was a bit of a trip for me as well the first time. But that said, she's now kind of looking at this because seeing her reaction and seeing the mask immediately whip up, she's just like, I see. Interesting.
I have like a drop of that already in me. It's what makes, and she reaches up, taps the mask, so it makes this happen. So, basically imagine I'm a metal filing and you just touch me with a magnet. Oh, it tried to pull me back in. Wanted to pull this part of it back in.
What would happen to you if it did take that?
I would lose my abilities. Would lose a lot of things, actually. Other than that, I can't really tell you.
Well, I'm sorry for the strain and stress that it has put on you. But just be aware that the agreement I have with them is that I will restore them to their power, because they were unjustly betrayed.
Hope
And
the
this
mask
isn't
fragment
this is not
enough.
this is not a threat or anything. I'm just saying that I will be making sure that I reestablish that which is theirs. I make good on all my deals. I said I would bring down this dome, and I will. I said I would fight back against the gloom, and I will. And I said I would restore this god, and I will. And everything I do, I promise you, is for the betterment of not just 10 towns, not just the Dale, but the world. And whatever small corner of it I may occupy at any given time.
She places a hand on the bottom part of her mask and begins to push up, and the mask fades away as she runs the hand over her face. You don't see the usual smile on her face. I understand. This has given me enough to go on that I think I'm going to have to report again.
Do be sure to take your time. The sights are lovely now that we have the possible arrival of spring on the horizon.
You be careful. Okay.
You might not see me again.
Is she talking to Mercury or just in general?
To Mercury.
Why not?
He glances to Octavia. Well, this changes a few things. And Father's going to need to know.
Well, like, I mean, is that forever, or like, would I see you again after all this is done? And like, Mercury actually genuinely sounds concerned about this. Like he's, you know, despite the fact that Joy is like, you know, seemingly doesn't seem like his kind of company, he likes Joy.
Please don't cut Mercury off on my behalf. The two of you work well together. It would be a shame for that kind of relationship to be terminated just because of a little turbulence.
She reaches up, draws her hand again, the mask reforming. More of a circumstance of people like mine's departure. She gives a bow before taking her dark coat, flipping it around to be the vibrant cloak. Until we meet again, if we meet again.
Count on it.
Owl City intensified, amazing.
She reaches
Is it-
into a pocket. What you got?
I was gonna say, is it time for her memory bullshit again?
Indeed. She reaches into a pocket, pulls out a gold coin, flips it in the air. When she catches it, there's a warp in the air. Octavia, Mercury, make me wisdom saving throws. Octavia with advantage, please, as your crystal
very good,
companion.
because that would be a 3 otherwise. Still not good. 14.
22.
I really did not roll well this time.
Mercury, you remember the conversation you just had. You remember Joy using some sort of gold coin to disappear. Octavia, there's the sudden feeling of you've forgotten something, and the conversation with Joy is gone from your mind.
Huh. How did we get here to my office? I was outside
You walked
fishing.
here.
I don't remember. I was outside fishing with Cecilia. She had just caught a flying, singing fish. Huh.
So I'm not sure if Mercury knows about Joy's shenanigans.
He has experienced this a few times. He knows that sometimes when these people come and go wearing their masks, you forget them. And it seems this time Octavia got the whammy, but you didn't for once.
For once. And I didn't even
you
roll an
do.
advantage.
You also know that with enough prodding, the memory can be poofed back into someone's head. For Octavia, you don't know how you know a few things that you suddenly know. You know that the master of the monastery is in a place called Wormdoom Chasm. You must have heard it from somewhere. You're not exactly sure where. Pretty much everything that Joyce said to you is still there. You're just not exactly sure
How?
where that came from.
Got it.
It's a defense mechanism where they can leave a hero with the information they need, but not where they got it from.
Got it.
They are the bootstrap of the paradox.
Huh. I feel like I
That's the
missed
kind of-
something essential here.
And that's the feeling that Sav and Everix have had with a couple of characters.
Especially
When
Kiva.
when Octavia mentions that she's having trouble remembering, Mercury just smirks. It's that knowing smirk. He knows something. He's just not saying it.
This is going to bother me.
Beneath that smirk, he wore a smaller secondary smirk.
Under his smirk, he wore a smaller secondary smirk.
And for Lash, Joy's departure was without the mask, so this memory shenanigans didn't whomp her.
Nope.
No, she just wanted to want me because I gave her a bad time.
Yeah, you gave her a little bit of the heebie-jeebies.
Well, I'm gonna have to ask Cecilia what happened. Mercury, you can go ahead and make yourself comfy in whatever room you please. or whatever set of rafters most greatly appeal to you. I'm going to go and tidy up some business now that I'm back.
How far away are we from East Haven?
From East Haven, we are approximately... hold on. I actually have a measure for that. That's,
Can you tell
3,
Silsey
11.
got bored?
Not bored, hyper-focused. There's a difference.
We're roughly
Yes, there is.
about 15 and a half to 16 miles away. A chunk of a
So
day's travel, but
he wouldn't be able to make it there, even on his axe beak, and come back in one night.
I mean, unless I helped you.
He kind of says that under his breath. He's just like, so, you know, she says like, in East Haven's this far away. And he goes, oh, I wouldn't be able to make it there and back in one night.
Not by yourself. I can definitely help you get there a little bit quicker, but we definitely wouldn't be able to make it back in one night. Best we might be able to do is make it back to the crossroads before nightfall.
Right. Well, I did promise that I would sit in the back from here on out. However,
But
Joy,
but
however, Joy had mentioned something to me that I will take care of in due time,
Joy was here.
and it involves East Haven. Yes, she was, and he says that so matter of factly.
Huh. I don't
aren't you really young
remember.
for building a roller coaster? Yes, we are.
I don't remember her being here.
I know.
I see, so you're going to keep your secrets? Fine enough.
Keep your secrets, though.
But anyways, she told me that in East Haven, some of my old companions, we'll call them companions for now, to be light, but they're in East Haven.
Incidentally, I have some business I need to take care of in East Haven as well.
Does it also involve murder?
Not sure. I have to talk to the bank.
Oh, because mine involves murder.
Of course it does.
Jury is still out
Of course
on...
it does.
Jury is still out on what mine may entail, but I have to go and speak to the bank, so...
There's a knock on the door opens. Ma'am,
Yes.
a Grinsham is here.
Send him on up. And also, Cecilia, did Joy come by? Dark purple, blue-skinned, tiefling, shock white hair, very colorful, flamboyant attire.
You were having a meeting with her. I didn't see her leave, though.
I can't remember a single word that she said to me, and I don't even remember really seeing her.
Don't worry, it's what she does. Helps with the whole interference thing. Some people remember, some people don't. Took me up until now.
Anyway,
I only got to remember it's after like 4 times.
like I said, Grinsham is here. She had to stop by and get patched up first.
Gets up from her desk. Is she all right?
She's recovering. Just a few knocks.
Understood. Let me know where she is. I'll go and see her myself.
Well, since he's, I've been keeping the... oh god, get the guards, employees, kind of out of sight. The goblins, they've been accepted. The Duergar, well, we haven't exactly established yet that, they aren't going to murder everyone in their sleep.
I thought I gave them both letters. Ugh. Okay.
You did. The marshal accepted the letters. Some of the townsfolk weren't so happy to see a Duergar. The getting knocked around thing was more... well, apparently something with her companion that's didn't return with her.
Divron.
Yes.
I'll have to get it directly from her, but... thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Mercury, go ahead and handle yourself however you see fit. I have to go and have a conversation with an employee.
Was there a merchant around here?
Cecilia, if you could direct Mercury to our usual partners.
Of course.
Thank you kindly, dear.
As she begins to lead you out, and Octavia, you begin to head down towards the basement areas. Lash, you've been catching up with your sisters, moved out from the back rooms to more of the front to just enjoy the flow of the place. The doors open. The marshal enters.
Lash had been lounging out on one of them long couches, so whenever the marshal walks in, Lash looks like she is on full display.
Well then,
Pleasure seeing you here.
made yourself right back at home.
Well, of course, I live here after all.
I'm gonna go grab some ice cream. I'll be right back.
You do that. You know,
Good to
I was
see
actually
your...
going to come looking for you here in a little bit. I did have some stuff to offset to some of the stores, but I get the feeling you weren't here for the usual business.
I heard you and your companions were back, dragging dragons into town. I just got people to settle down about the goblins. I just got people to settle down about the Duergar. Now there's dragons. I meant to be here on a temporary assignment, and you three keep adding to the work.
I would like to make a clarification for your little report there. Merc, you and I had nothing to do with all the strange individuals that you were having to get people to calm down about. You're going to want to talk to the one that's collecting all the strays.
This is true. Regardless, she moves over, armor clanking a bit as she takes a seat. You do not see the mace that she usually carries on her hip. Instead, you see a whip with a spade-tipped end. So, I figured I'd get the straightest answers out of you. Your companion.
honey, if you wanted straight, you came to the wrong place. And she will playfully tickle her nose with the tip of one of her tails.
With Miss Roth, it would be transactional, getting information, and with Mercury, I would get about a third of what I actually need. You, I can at least
Rude.
have some sort of a conversation.
So, is here where you're wanting to have said conversation? And she will sit up a little bit and to gently lean against Nemi.
Here or a back room, it doesn't matter to me. Depending on what you want others to hear. And I posted a picture of the whip and items.
Okay. Okay.
That doesn't look very nice.
You know, I have been wanting to have a private conversation and maybe a dance after our last little get together. Girls, I'm going to be having a special guest in my quarters. So if any clients come by after hearing that I'm back, politely turn them away, and she will have a couple of tails wrap around Nimi, either on her arms or her waist, but there's options, and she will gently guide the marshal to her quarters.
I, for one, am offended. Transactional.
Please, when was the last time you did anything without it there being something in it for you?
I beggeth thy pardon.
Then beg.
I've done plenty of nice things that were not immediately to my benefit. I blew myself up.
Right, you like to play the long con.
I blew myself up.
And now you're sitting pretty.
Moves with you to the back room. Once inside, she opens up one of the pouches on her belt, pulling out a paper talisman. Would you mind if I made this a private conversation?
I would love that.
Places the talisman on the door, running a hand down it. You see the symbols glow. There. Anything said in this room stays in this room. Now,
She
what
will
in
then lightly press her hand against the marshal's chest to again, lightly pin her back to the wall. Do you mind if I make this an honest conversation?
see a small smile begin to form before she puts a hand to your chest and rather quickly turns to pin you to the wall, a bit more forcefully than you pinned her. By all means.
So, to her left and right, one of her tails will lay out about not exactly 15 feet, but stretching out, and she will cast Zone of Truth.
She willingly fails.
Awesome. All right. This time I'll let you go first in the conversation, my dear.
So, first question. The dragons aren't going to bring the white worm down on us, is it?
That I honestly don't know. We did find them not with the white worm. Honestly, not anywhere near where she's been known to nest. They were found in a cave that was under the influence of the one who has stuck us in this frozen hellscape. So, it might be a safe bet that the white dragon won't show up for these two, but I don't know for certain.
If they weren't with her, then she doesn't care about them.
Good to know. I feel like there's more questions for me, though, so go ahead and ask another.
Reports say that you all went fairly far east. What did you find out there?
About how far east do you want to know about? Because we went quite a ways.
Past civilization, out into the wilds.
Let's see, there was a lot of things going on out there, but I'm guessing you want to know more about what we found at the glacier.
Correct.
We dealt with most of a vampire scourge, mainly a vampire gnoll. There were 2 vampiric kobolds that got away from us, but I'm not sure if they're going to be much of a threat. Let's see. Aside from the vampires and the bolts that we did kill, there was a professor orb that really wanted to delve into some ancient necropolis of some sort. So there's that out there too.
Would like to speak with the professor, but tell me of the necropolis.
Old rundown city full of magical stuff.
Did the name
Didn't really
Netherese come up?
Several times.
Did you enter the city?
Not enough that would have required us to have joined anything.
Do you intend to go back to the city? The hand begins to go up from the chest more towards the throat.
Is your intention with your hand, darling, to intimidate me?
No, I doubt you'd be intimidated by rough hands.
This is true. So, keep in mind that if you are trying to play with me, I don't have a safe word. And she will then turn and pin the marshal's hands above her head against the wall. So yes, at some point, we might go back. My turn. Last time that I was in town, it was before I started being more open about my abilities and the things that I do. And you said that from what you gather, that I was a paladin. What exactly did you gather on me, Nemi? And she leans in real close, getting, that very close eye contact.
No arcane abilities. Strong sense of code. So no arcane caster. Not simple as a fighter. Not pious as a cleric. So process of elimination landed on paladin. Either that or a fighter with good moral code.
So it was a lucky guess between the two options.
Calculated guess.
Okay. And she lets off of the marshal's wrists, but is kind of using her chest pressed against the marshal's chest in order to keep her up against the wall. Do you have any other questions for me, sweetheart, while you have me here?
No real question, but I do have not even a request. I have a plea.
A plea? From the marshal herself? My goodness. I didn't even have to call you a good girl.
If you go back into that city, stay out of the town.
The tower?
You would have seen it if you went down there. The tower in the center. Stay out of it. Leave the necropolis where it lies. A hero I respect very much buried something in that tower. And I would rather have it left there.
If you don't mind my asking, what is it? And she's kind of backed off a little bit, so the marshal is no longer pinned to the wall. They're just now having a conversation.
I would really rather not say. Just stay out of the tower.
Okay.
The less you know about what's in it, the safer you are from it.
Okay, then. Now for a question that's kind of off topic. Why the change in hardware? Looks down at the whip.
A tool when hard questions need to be asked. And I've had to
What
ask
kind of-
some hard questions of late.
Oh. Had to get into the rough negotiations, huh?
Takes the whip from her belt loop, holds it up. Being this close and being able to examine it, you can feel magic coming off this weapon. This one doesn't just leave lashes. It can also heal those lashes.
So that all they get is the
mean-
pain.
You mean you can have more than one lash?
I'm right here.
It wouldn't heal the wound exactly, but it would bolster the health.
Hmm.
And, if needed, it can motivate those I need motivated to do better.
Things have been hard for you out here, haven't they?
I'm in charge of a supermax prison that the world sends their worst to. The people I have under the eyes are too dangerous to let go, but too valuable to kill. There's no end to the people who try to meet with these people.
Hmm.
And one of my prisoners, 237, has been speaking an awful lot lately of the city of the dead. More than he has before. So my plea does still stand to stay out of the tower. But if you do go down there, be on the lookout. As it seems the Arcane Brotherhood is sniffing around for it as well.
The Arcane Brotherhood. I can't say I'm familiar.
They would see the city rise, and for mages to rule from them again.
They wouldn't happen to have a bunch of fiends among them, would they?
Mostly humans.
Okay.
You see, the cities were raised by ancient humans, and the Arcane Brotherhood see themselves as successors to that legacy.
I will do whatever I can to stay out of the tower and to keep my associates out of that tower. If we go back down there. You have my word. And if in the future you, I don't know, maybe want somebody else to take control for a little while, well, that is in my realm of expertise.
I believe that as well. I will say one last thing before I do, because, well, my prison needs its warden. If you do go back down there, and you do find yourself needing to go into the tower, don't take anything from it. The rest of the city, fair plunder. Whatever was put in that tower, leave it.
She takes a moment to look into Nimi's eyes just to see how sincere she is. She knows she's not able to lie in the zone of truth, and picking up on just how important this is to her, she just nods in respectful understanding.
He goes to put the whip back onto the belt loop, stops. I have a couple others of these.
Couple other what?
I have a couple more of these in my office. She places it in your hands. With your line of work, I think you might actually get a little use out of this.
Well, now, this is a lovely gift. Thank you.
Add
And she
the
will-
he. I'm gonna put the
That's
name
what?
in it. I'm gonna put the name of it in items. It is a drag and droppable item to put on your sheet.
Wait.
The hedonic
And-
motivator.
And after receiving this gift, she will lean in and place a gentle kiss on Nemi's cheek. The scarred one.
He reaches up, gives you a small scratch behind the ear that leads into a cupping of the cheek. Just be careful with your allies.
She nods
Make sure
again.
your morals stay yours. She turns, tears the paper talisman from the door, opens it, and if you ever find yourself near Revel's End, the guards will let you in.
Rebels End. I'll keep that in mind.
Marshal Nemesis leaves. So the hedonic motivator. 3 charges. Regains charges at dusk. While holding the whip, you can use a bonus action to expend 1 charge to lash out against a friendly target within 10 feet of you. The target creature gains one of the following benefits. Either 2d4 plus 4 temporary hit points for a minute, or they can add 1d4 plus 2 to an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw before the start of your next turn. Also, if you zoom in close to the charm at the end of the handle, it is a little silver heart.
Cute. This magic whip once blocked, especially controlling succubus or incubus. Well, okay then.
Wonder where the tiefling got it from.
I wonder where indeed, especially since she has multiple.
And it makes you wonder, controlling? She's a little controlling. Family heirloom?
Who knows? I do know that I have a couple of weapons to sell off somewhere. Yeah, I've got a battle axe and a greatsword to get out of my inventory.
Indeed.
So, yeah, Lash is going to add the whip to, well, her own hip, and let the girls know that she's going to be heading out for a little bit of a shopping trip. Kiss, kiss, and gathers her stuff and see if the blacksmith is open.
up heading out, do some shopping along the way. Octavia, do you go with Mercury to do his
I'm going.
shopping, or do you stay?
I was going to go and check up on
Talk-
my employee Grensham.
Gotcha.
Learn what the fuck happened.
Making your way down into the basement of the building, you see your gray-skinned employee sitting, being patched up by some of the goblin healers. She doesn't look too terribly worse for wear. It just looks like she took a bit of a blow.
I trust you are
Mistress?
receiving good care.
They don't patch as good as a Dwargar healer, but it's acceptable.
It's alright. Everyone will have time to learn plenty of new skills. Now I need to know who did this to you. And I need to know what happened to Divrin.
Do greatly apologize for this inconvenience to you, mistress, but we were passing through Goodmead. Since it was on the way, we thought we would stop there first for him to begin his work. We were ambushed on the road.
Do you remember by who?
Smaller than a giant, but bigger than a man. Possibly some mongrel half-breed.
Goliaths.
Bigger than a Goliath, but not gray-skinned.
Half-giants.
Possibly.
Do you remember any faces? Any particular markings?
No, just... From what I could tell, it was simply to me, it looked like an oversized human with a long face and gangly limbs. 12, 13 feet tall. Knocked me aside with a large club. And ended up dragging Divrin off. So I made my way here.
I'm glad you were able to make it back.
And I did not let my injuries stop me from my task, mistress. She winces a bit, pulling her satchel around. After I was allowed into the city, I did move around, and I did find these for you. Opens up the satchel. You see 6 shards of the crystal.
Good work, but I'm more concerned about your well-being right now. The shards are their own matter. That's something that can be settled in time. But the body needs time to heal. You will take this time, and you will recuperate. Am I understood?
Of course, mistress.
Do you have any idea what direction Divrin was carried off?
I lost consciousness before I could really get my bearings of where it was being taken.
No worries. I will go and find him. And I will bring him back one way or another. And I will make those who hurt my charges, my employees, I will make them pay. No one interferes in those who work under me. Now you rest. See to it that she is properly fed, watered, given a comfortable place to sleep, and keep her medical treatments coming. Anything you need, buy it. And she will turn and she will storm back up to her office, because now she realizes she's going to have to start pulling out more things to start hauling some weight around, so she's going to pull out her contracts. Reaching into that bag, pulling out the bowl, setting the bowl on her desk, pulling the scrolls out of the bowl. Because everything just kind of got jammed in there. All
This
right.
guy seems to almost materialize in the room as you bring out these scrolls.
I know little about how these contracts work in a mechanical sense. I know about them in the abstract. I know the verbal agreements between Fae. I know the fiendish contracts only by reputation. I don't know how these work. Am I conjuring them once? Am I summoning them forth, beckoning them by the power bound to the scroll? How does this work?
I'm more than happy to look at these for you.
Please do. As Octavia is going to add the 6 crystals to her supply, bringing it up to 9.
He doesn't touch the scrolls. With his hands, he uses, what did we lose? Oh, we lost Skitty. Skitty must be fighting a bug.
Uh-oh. Battling a
yeah.
child.
Buggy is up.
Uh-oh.
Instead, he uses Mage Hand to lift them as if he's not quite wanting to physically touch these just in case. Unfurls the first one. Infernal Contract. Oh. A potent contract.
Potent is good. Potent is very good.
Potent is actually an understatement.
Even better.
The city, I would like to return there. If this scroll is any indication, the book I'm looking for could in fact be there.
And I want you to find your book.
You see a gleam of greed enter his greenish eyes before shaking his head. But this is for you.
The contract is for me, but I do want you to find your book. I would never deny you what you want, as long as you work under me. You want your book of true names, of those of who are your brethren? And she'll just kind of tip his his snout up just a little bit. I want you to find that book. And I believe, as you believe, that it could very well be there. Fate has a funny way of working itself around like that. So, you will pursue that book. But, first things first, I need to get these contracts working. I need whoever is bound to them to start pulling their weight under new management. And Scrivenscry, I'm interested in contracts of a slightly higher caliber. Follow me down this rabbit hole, if you will. When I was first learning about various myths and tales as a bard, I remember learning a series of poems about the gods. Just typical glorification, such. But there was one, I remember, that was about a god swearing upon a particular thing to make a vow to a mortal lover. That they would do anything that lover asked. And the lover asked to see their real godly self, and the god, knowing that they could not go back on that oath, implored them to change their request, but ultimately they did it, and it ended up killing the mortal. But a god who made an oath was forced to comply with it. Now, I only remember this story because they made a vow on the river Styx. Now, I'm familiar with where fiends come from. Are you familiar with its shores? Have you been to that particular region?
Of course. All of you gods know the river Styx.
I am not capable
Arcana
of...
lofts.
Sorry, go ahead.
Arcana lofts are, in fact, one of the few creatures who know rituals that can prolong the water's potency.
What about infusing the water into something else to make it into a sort of substitute for one who may not know the magics for creating contracts?
The elvish disguise fades, and you are looking at the jackal-like head, and the grin is very wide. Ink of absolution.
So it is a thing.
Whenever a deity or an archdevil, or when they are of a sound enough mind, demon princes need a contract that will be fulfilled to the letter. Ink of absolution is created.
Is the recipe for this ink known to you?
The smile grows wider. as an Arcanoloth. It is known to me and night hags. It is why we are sought out as arbiters in the writing of such potent contracts.
What would it require to send you to go and retrieve the ingredients that you need to make this ink?
I do not wish to anger you, but I would need to return to the city.
And it's
I
now
have tried
Octavia.
teleporting.
It's Octavia's turn to smile.
I have tried teleporting since coming here, and something blocks me. But the city was made when man rivaled God in power, and an anchor was formed there. It is how I got in to begin with, from what I can surmise. The teleportation anchor of the Netherese pierces all barriers, even those by these godlings.
Well then, fortuitous that we are going to have to go traveling up into that area once more. And I fully intended to go back to the city. There was no way I was going to leave what was there untouched, the resources untapped. Such incredible magic. Are you kidding? I couldn't leave that alone even on my most generous and most benefictorial day. I absolutely must have it. So, we are going to need to travel. And we're going to have to we're going to need to do it quickly, and we have a large number of places that we have to go. And I understand you have limits in how many times you can haul us around hither and thither and far and yon. So I will not ask more of you than you are capable of doing. Let's hold on to those soul coins for emergency purposes. But we do need to get back to the city, and we need to get you back in there so you can get those ingredients and we make that ink. Because if I'm correct, and if I play my cards right, I wholly believe that I may be able to make the contract to end all contracts. And it will truly be a marvel. But before we can even talk about that, we have to get you back into the city. And before we do that, we have to go and deal with the warlock who currently has the Star Child. And then I'm going to have to deal with this. I'm going to have to deal with this half-giant garbage. Smacking around my employees, stealing one of them, kidnapping one of mine. Absolutely unacceptable. So, tell me what you require.
To create the ink, the most important thing would be waters from the river. This I can get if I can get back to the city. Going back to the Hells would be no issue for me then. After that, I would. And please excuse me, but we purposefully strip the knowledge of making this when we are not making this. But I have the memory stowed away. A quick trip to my home plane, to my private sanctum, and I could retrieve the memories. Get me back to the city, and within 2 days, I could have you enough ink made for a contract to humble the god.
Then you shall have the passage to the city. Now,
As for these contracts, my lady, as I said, all these are wondrous. The fiendish one, and he unfurls it with the mage hand and points to a certain section. The words shift and roil on the page in this section. The masters of that city, oh, the things they must have done to this fiend to get this from them. Their true name. Binding.
absolute control. Extraordinary.
I imagine they use this true name to keep them under control in the teaching of infernal dealing. Who better to teach how to deal with fiends than a fiend that you have absolute power over, who cannot betray you for fear of you speaking that true name and stripping them of all that makes them them. As for the other, he unfurls the celestial one, and the difference in the pages is dark and fast, where the other seems to shed small slivers of cinder smelling of brimstone, ink like dried blood, parchment that kind of looks like it could be skin. The celestial one is almost luminescent as it is unfurled, golden writing that shimmers in the light.
Am I able to read it? I do know Celestial.
You can.
Thanks to my crystal symbiote.
Silcia always finds a way to know Celestial.
It is one of those things, it's an exotic language, but it almost always comes up in every campaign at least once. Very
Reading
helpful.
over it, Scriven Scribe points out a few areas that the words seem to twist and try to dissuade you from reading. But with his help, you do read out the contract. This is a vow of service from a celestial, that until the holder of the contract relinquishes, they are bound to serve the holder for however long that is. And this one, as you can see, no less potent. As I said, these Netherese wizards, oh, what they must have done to these beings to get such promises from them.
Indeed. How do we summon them forth? Would they know if they were called? Or do we have to go and find them like we did with Hathawin?
Your Dryad was bound to this plane, so finding her was simple enough. These would be on their home planes at the moment. But the mage hands roll up the scrolls and present them to you. Make your will known that you call.
She takes them both, one in each hand, and she wills as much as she can, channeling her magic into the scrolls. She says, "Your new master calls."
NPCs, I am putting the images of what appear in the office.
Oh dear. Oh
Is
god,
that a
how
Felidar?
did I get all the way up here at the top? That's Astrid. That's not a...
That is a Sphinx of Secrets.
Ooh, I saw that one. Yeah. Yo.
Sphinxes of Secrets are commonly associated with sites of great magic or learning. These immortal beings often outlive such locations and might protect a site's ruins as they continue their own studies. So you can tell why it was there.
Yep.
The other is a devil legate.
Oh. Wait, legate as in Roman soldier legate?
Yeah. Legate, member of clergy, especially cardinal, general, or governor of province.
Sphinx of Secrets, right? That's what you said?
Yep, Sphinx of Secrets.
Alright. Added.
You just for shits and giggles here. I will post. You were one away from getting this other fiend. Let me see if I can find it. Where'd he go?
Oh, yo, hey, hold on. That devil legate. She kinda hot though. What? Yo.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Yo. Like, it took me a moment there, because, you know, the armor's really bulky, but...
Wait.
It took me a second there, and I'm like, wait, hold on. That's a different
Wait a minute,
kind
those
of...
are-
That's a different kind
Those
of
are
curvature.
tits.
Yeah. Holy shit,
Who else
those
but
are tits!
Octavia?
Octavia is making a harem. Oh, Lord.
Mercury's looking over.
Find you.
Oh no, that's just right. Never mind. He went
Yeah,
over
you were
to-
in town. Octavia's doing this on her
I completely
own.
forgot. I completely forgot about that. 'Cause I thought he was still with her. Never
Oh
mind.
yeah, no, she would
I'm dumb.
not be doing this with Mercury around. No.
There he is. Finally found him. Took long enough. You almost rolled for this fiend.
Oh.
A devil notary.
Oh boy. I mean, I'm sure he would definitely be good for doing a lot of the same stuff Scriven Scry is good at doing. But yeah, no, I'm good with my devil legate. Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
The two form in the room, one in a pillar of brimstone and hellfire, the other in a column of celestial light. They look at you, they look around the room, They look at each other. The legate looks to you. This is not the college. Have we changed location? It's been some time since I've been called by my contract.
Octavia puts both those contracts into her storage space in her ring. Because she does not want to lose track of those. So she just... Well, as you might have heard in my summons, a new master calls. I am in possession of both contracts. The college is, for lack of a better word, nearly atomized ruin. The city plummeted down into the, This Countess? Are you kidding me? Oh, yes. Please. Okay. Sorry.
Could the water genasi be any wetter?
I think I hear Silsey vibrating in her chair.
I love seeing nobility titles. It excites me.
Clearly.
So, because both contract holders, the originals, are either dead or transformed into Nothics, I have decided to relieve them of the possession of both contracts. So that places you squarely under my employ from now on. So if you would do me the great pleasure of introducing yourselves, I would very much like to know who I have on my roster.
The legate looks to the Sphinx before stepping forward. I'll go first, Cat. Must admit, I thought I was done with you. Viscountess or Nerith are a solace.
Miss Orinith.
Sphinx.
And it's probably because I played a lot of Elder Scrolls, but I imagine the giant cat. I kind of whisper growl his name is Diabim.
It is a pleasure, Viscountess. And you, my fine flying friend.
Sphinx looks up to the devil, giving a cat-like snort and shake of his mane, the wings expanding, then pulling back to the body. Diabim.
Diabim. It is an
Keeper
honor.
of secrets, seeker of riddles.
Oh, I do love puzzles and riddles. But right now may not be the best time. Now, I am sorry if I have pulled you away from any particularly pertinent activities or engagements, but I hope that you can clear up some time to follow through with a couple of things I need help doing around here. In particular,
Renner steps forward.
sorry. Yep.
As holder of my contract, your wish is my command.
and for that I am grateful. But I am but a mortal, and I am a very transactional sort of being. I like to make sure that everyone gets something that they want. Now, while I am loath to contemplate the idea of surrendering control of the contracts, I would most certainly be open to the idea of helping you with a particular matter, or perhaps acquiring a thing. I want you to feel attended to, listened to, provided for. I'm a woman of business. I provide for my employees. Happy workers makes good work get done faster. So,
Happy workers gets work done.
So, Viscountess or Rinnerith Arasolis, what is something that you would like from our business-oriented dynamic?
Not oft am I given a choice by contract holders.
But if you were given a second option behind the contract itself, like I said, I'm loath to surrender such capable employees. And I promise I will never ask you to do anything that you would find terribly loath, perhaps a little boring on occasion, but I will never ask you to do something truly against your moral, ethical boundaries. I will respect those. You may find I have some interesting perspectives of my own.
Refreshing to be given choice to make my needs known. Over years, I have fallen somewhat out of favor with a few members of the hierarchy. Having a contract made with mortals binding me with my true name has marred my reputation some.
I see.
But I have kept track of some movings of the Lords of Hell, and one in particular does most of his business in the mortal realm. If you could get me an audience with Lord Mammon in some way, so that I may plead my case on restoring my good name.
Lord Mamamon.
What a coincidence.
Might he go by another name? One Gaunt?
Indeed, his mortal form is known as one Leland Gaunt.
Well, this is a fortuitous circumstance, as she will pull out the silver coin from the gaunt bank. I already
I would
have
expect
business.
Well, fortune smiles on us, it seems, and fate has brought us together.
Indeed. A most fortuitous circumstance. You have my word. I will restore your name and reputation. And then some. I don't know what mortals you've dealt with in the past. But when it comes to the magnitude of ambition, everyone you have met before pales in comparison to me. I swear to you that. For I will stop nothing short
Mortals.
of owning everything. So, bear that in mind and think about perhaps whatever pocket, corner, or part of hell you want entirely to yourself. Think on it. And I'll see about getting it for you.
Gracious.
I take care of mine. Now, and she looks back over to Diabim. Right? Diabim. And Lord Diabim, what can I do for you short of terminating the contract?
Once my contract was created, I was asked to fetch an item from the great celestial halls and bring to the city. I would like that item returned.
The restoring of an artifact. Done. And it just so happens that we have business returning to the necropolis. So you have my word. Should that item be found, not only is it yours to take back, but you will have my, as the new holder of your contract, sincerest apologies for it being originally taken, as there is no one left really to take accountability for that. And should anything else ever come to your mind that you want, remember, you can always speak up. And I will try and fulfill whatever needs you have. I take care of mine.
The item I seek is the eye of a god. Savras, god of divination.
The
I was
eye of a god.
charged to pluck the eye from him as he slept, and it is used as the orb of divination in the city. Nothing hides from this eye.
Then the eye shall be returned. You have my word.
I promise.
Boo, boo, boo this man. But, yeah, no. Octavia is 100% on board with restoring her Viscountess's reputation and restoring the eye to Diabim. She will gladly do both. It is fun. Well then, now that we are all on the same page, you know what my goals are. I ask that you keep that particular array of my remarks to yourselves, as I believe most people would not take too kindly to knowing of my greater ambitions. And know that my ambitions are not for the destruction or the enslavement of the world, but I do intend to make all the universe a better place. So, with that in mind, there are a few things I'd like to ask for your help in doing. And she will conjure forth a piece of the crystal Krishinabon, and she will not explain what it is or who it is, but she will say, I had 2 Dwergar who were bringing me back a supply of this material. She puts it back. Unfortunately, they were waylaid on their travels to Goodmead. They were attacked by a half-giant. I need to know where that half-giant is. Now, while I myself may not be able to travel freely to go and take care of that creature, and while I would not ask the 2 of you to destroy it for me, unless you feel you are able to, mostly what I wish for the 2 of you to do is locate it wherever it dwells, wherever it sleeps, where it eats, where it feels safe. I want you to find that place. Then report it back to me.
Rennerith holds out a gauntleted hand and clutches it, and a pike with a flaming head forms in her hand. It will be found.
And again, if
Diabom's
you...
wings.
Sorry, go ahead.
Diabom's wings extend, and it will be reported.
And again, if you gain the sense that you can in fact destroy it and retrieve my Dwergar, I would ask that you do so, along with the materials that he may have in his possession. The crystals are rather important, but not more important than the life of a loyal and dedicated worker. So please retrieve him for me, if you have the opportunity. And if you think you're stronger than the creature, slaughter it and bring me its head.
They both look at each other. Rennerith is engulfed in flame, and when it fades, a purple tiefling remains in lighter armor. Light erupts from Diabim, and it fades. A Leonin with purple fur and a red mane stands. We will find, and we will report. And
Much
if
appreciated.
we can, we will kill.
Perfect. Go and be careful. It's rather cold outside.
He did not he did not fix it. He did not fix the colors, but yeah.
Oh, oh, he's a sweet
poor thing.
baby. I fucking love that tiger. Oh my god.
Hee hee.
Why is the bird wearing a tiny hat? I made it for the tiger, but the bird keeps taking it.
And I love that that's a commentary on old traditional Korean art of magpies basically sticking it to figures of power. Political commentary that flew completely under the radar.
So, what do you think of your Viscountess and your Sphinx of Secrets?
I am delighted. I am so incredibly jazzed, especially with the Viscountess, because that is, whew.
Like, now that I'm zooming in on the art more,
I'm also looking at the abilities here, like, ooh, boy howdy. Ooh. Focused hate, infernal pike, hell bite, skewer. Oof. That is some good stuff there. Ooh. And as for Diabim, inscrutable, that's a good one. Magic resistance, that's a very good one. Curse of the Riddle. They could do Sphinx Riddle curses. Oh my god, yes! That's awesome. Oh, I love it. Hey, he's got locate object. And remove curse, that's nice. That's good. Good. Okay. So, yeah, she is sending off Diabim and the Viscountess to go and find a half-giant and possibly kill him. Get me
and
my
I will
worker back.
identify.
Ooh.
I will identify.
Oh yeah. At will identify, detect magic, and prestidigitation for keeping a nice clean workspace. Oh boy. Yep. Oh, this is good. I'm already excited. So yeah,
Keeps catching the Pokemon.
my extras page is starting to get robust.
As you deal with your new employee / Mercury, you make your way through the market districts. You do spot each other. Do you join up or do you go separate ways to do separate things?
So Mercury will see Lash not in her armor, carrying around big ass sword and a battle axe. So whether or not he decides to join her is up to him. She is very clearly heading for the smith.
Funnily enough, he is too, because he wants to sell that spear that he's got.
Nice.
He offered it to Octavia, and she said no.
Because I'm pretty sure I'll find something. It's okay. I don't know. I'm wanting to find
here.
something. I'm wanting to find something. I don't know what, but I want to find something.
But yeah. Hey, fancy seeing you here.
Is it?
I don't know how long we're going to be in town for, but I figured after I take care of some shopping stuff and some personal stuff, if you wanted to take care of that thing that we talked about a while ago, we might have time.
He looks confused for a second and then just goes, "Oh, that Right, that thing.
Hey,
Sure.
trying to be discreet. Okay.
Sure.
Making your
Just
way.
got off with these things.
Mercury, the most riveting conversationalist.
He is succinct and to the point.
He's got 2
Make-
points. His
In
thing.
Actually, now he's got 3. Oh.
In Targos, everything can be found at the shop Triglio.
Holiday Hoobie Woody.
Triplio.
The what?
Did you say Triplio or Triclio?
Triglio.
Triglio. Okay.
Why would somebody
So
do that
the-
to Leo?
So is it just a general goods store?
The only things that aren't sold are fishing and sailing supplies. Everything
Insects.
else, common gear, fishing. He doesn't sell fishing or sailing supplies for ships. He does sell common gear, adventure gear, individual fishing poles, snowshoes. He's a one-stop shop.
I caught a kitty cat.
I heard the kitty.
She does not like being held or picked up very much, but every once in a while, I catch myself a putty cat. Isn't that right?
And now you have a big cat.
I do.
But Lash will kind of sashay her way in, being careful to not hit anything with the big ass weapons that she's bringing into the establishment, and make her way up to the counter.
As you enter, you see a wall with weapons. You see a few sets of armor in a corner. General good stuff, clothing, food, just nearly everything you could want here. Behind the counter is a scarecrow-like figure, very thin. He is missing a left hand up just below the elbow. He spots you coming in. Welcome to Triglio. I am Justin. What can I do for you? Offloading.
Indeed. Just this great sword and this battle axe.
Right. He pulls the greatsword across the table, giving it a look over. Well, with the shortage of weapons we've had lately, I can give you a bit of a better deal on these than I usually would. How does 35 gold for the greatsword sound?
Sounds just fine.
Cool. And the battle axe, they are a bit more common, but the sailors do like them. I can give you 8.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Very. Anything else you would like to pick up or offload?
And nothing to offload, but I think I'll take a look around while my friend does his business with you. And I know that sounds ominous considering his silhouette, but I promise he's here for normal business. And she will start to look around.
But he still has his mask on, like his mask is white with red markings on it, so it's obvious he's there.
Lots of dark with a splash of white in one spot.
Mm-hmm.
And what can I get for you? Offloading as well? Picking up?
He'll just pull out the silver spear, because the spear that he has says Well, I was told to put a note that it's silvered.
He looks at it. Usually spears aren't really worth much, just sharpened end of a stick. But the silver tip does add to the price.
I really don't care what I get for it at the moment. It's just excess.
You're now getting 2 gold.
So,
Is a fair amount of silver. And, well, as I told your friend, lack of weapons lately has driven weapons up a bit. Silver tip, good for unnatural things. I'll give you 4 gold for it.
he accepts the 4. And then he'll ask, as well, I'm also in the business of, he's trying to find a way to hint that he's a rogue mercenary type person. So he's like, do you have anything that can benefit? Like anything at all?
Finesse.
Yeah, he's like, do you have anything at all? Because really, all I know is the stuff that I either find or stuff that's already in my village when I'm there. So maybe I could learn something new. Have anything that could benefit my line of work?
Looking for skullduggery type items.
Sure.
Let me look around at what I've got here. Moves aside a bit, begins to kind of go through a few things. Got some magic. Well, probably not the level of magic you wanting, but some magic weapons. A couple pieces of magical armor.
Armor would be a no-go. However, rings, cloaks perhaps. Always good for cloaks.
Can tell. Collector. Collectors. Gotcha. He moves around, goes through a curtain in the back. Let's see, boots, no. Bracers, no. Not a hat. Don't look like a hat person. You don't know.
You don't know that.
I might
One
have the
minute you think somebody has a
dandiest
fine
top
looking
hat.
head. And 1 minute you think somebody has a fine looking head, and next you find out it's just a hat. That's why you don't like hats?
Cloak. 2 cloaks. He returns. The first cloak he lays on the table kind of looks like a manta ray. Do you do a lot of swimming?
He starts to think back.
Hardcore.
He starts to think back and goes, wouldn't be the first time.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your...
But frequently, not really.
Technically, I have 3 cloaks, but skullduggery work, 1 cloak, definitely a no. So, no on the swimming. He looks you up and down again. The second one, I think will be just the thing for you. Set a
Wow.
parcel on the. He sets a parcel on the tabletop, unwraps it. You see a dark blue, nearly black cloak with a spray of large black feathers around the shoulders. Cloak of the Raven.
This does catch his attention when he hears what the name is. But he will say like even though it might not sound like my line of work, I'd still like to know what the other two do. I'd like to know what all three of them do.
Well, the one that I didn't think would be much up your alley, Cloak of Splendor. He goes back and brings it out, laying it out. It's a cloak made of fine ermine furs, embellished with fasteners of gold, embroidered with orange suns. Wearing this, grip the edges and generate the sunbeam spell once a day. Also, while
potentially-
wearing it, you can generate light, like a lantern or sunlight.
Well, I mean, I could use Sunbeam to potentially blind enemies. That could help. You can find the uses in whatever I find.
Moves to the first one he sold. This one, Cloak of the Manta Ray. Breathe underwater. Swimming speed of about 60 feet.
That one does actually sound kind of tempting.
Cloak of the Raven. Good at perceiving things. When you're in dim light or sunlight, grip the edges, pull them out, flying for 30 feet. Or if you're in dim light or sunlight, you can cast daylight.
How much?
Cloak of the Manta Ray is the most useful one here, as well, fishing town. We will say uncommon magical items, 68 gold for the Cloak of the Manta Ray, 72 for the Cloak of Splendor, and 78 for the Cloak of the Raven.
Wait, well, what was the price on all three of them again?
36 for the Cloak of the Manta Ray, 78 for the other two. 78 each.
Was it 36?
It's 30 something. 32 or 36, I don't recall.
Or 63.
63.
Yeah, I was
Never
going to
mind.
say.
I
was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say.
I had a dyslexic moment. My bad. I brain switched.
Not a problem.
numbers.
I have them too.
So 63, 78, and 78?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do remember 78 being the number.
Mercury will buy all three.
He smiles and blinks a few times. I'm sorry, it sounded like you said you buy all three.
I did.
It's your lucky day, friend.
Would you like them gift wrapped? May have one arm, but I can still gift wrap.
I'd like one of them gift wrapped.
Which one?
The sun one. Out of character, yeah, the sun one. Yeah, the total was 219 gold, which
Mhm.
leaves me still in total for all three. Which still leaves me with 187.
Oops. Raiding of dragon hordes.
But yeah, let's see. The manage inventory. Would you be able to?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all three are drag and droppable. To do.
Yeah, Cloak of the Manta Ray is a classic. Doesn't it also
Yeah,
have like a glide ability that it lets you have for like a bonus action?
Cloak of Splendor was the other one. Okay, so yeah, I found all three of them.
Okay. Cloak of Splendor, Cloak of Manta Ray, Cloak of the Raid.
Yeah, the Cloak of Splendor is the one that he wants gift wrapped.
He wraps it up rather deftly with just the one hand.
Cloak of Splenda.
Cloak of Splenda, sugar free.
Damn, Skippy.
He hands you the cloaks and then moves over to Relashes. And are you finding everything all right?
You have a wide array of stock here, and it's all in impeccable shape. If I do have needs in the future, I know exactly where to go now. And I'll be sure to be telling my sisters at the Buckle about it as well.
I'd be happy to do business. Can I help you find anything? Are you interested in weapon, armor, clothing, jewelry, potions?
You know, if I'm going to try to look at anything, I think I would like an upgrade for my shield. I don't have it on me currently, but it's just a normal, pretty good shield. But maybe there might be something better in your stock.
Let us see. Shields. I have a few magical shields.
Her tails are wagging.
Let's see. He picks up one. After leading you to a row of them, it looks like a large golden leaf with an indent in the center and a silver disc in it. Feywatch shield. Makes you better at peering through illusions or keeps you from being charmed. Or helps you from being charmed.
Okay. I very much see the appeal in that. But you said you had a few, and it would be a shame for me to miss out on everything that you had to offer.
I need to make sure I read this one correctly. The next one he picks up is a little banged up looking. You're not sure if it's been used or if that's just how it looks. This one is made from meteoric iron, and he points to a purple gem in the center and a bit of a magical crystal. The more you get hit for this, the more of a charge this builds. And when it builds up enough charges, you can release those charges in a boom.
Take a lot of damage, output a lot of damage.
The last one here is a used one from a Sir Varian, a noble knight, strode bravely through battles in ice, sand, and swamp. Gives a boost to your armor.
More than a shield normally would?
Yes. And difficult terrain doesn't hinder you.
I'm very tempted between the difficult terrain or the charmed.
The difficult terrain won't bother you as long as you're around me, because I kind of negate that effect. Outside of combat, at least.
You're the one that does the charming.
I have no idea what you mean. Hold on.
Lash.
I had to take off my headphones for some reason. Oh no. I can't hear I can't hear any of the slander against my reputation.
I think I'll go with the Feywatch shield. How much?
Well, I will say, since your friend made a very generous purchase, I would be happy to offer a bit of a discount on this. Just 38 gold sound reasonable to you.
But of course. And as she is digging the gold from her purse, she is kind of got her elbow on the counter whenever they're up there, and she's kind of like pushing her bust up with a little bit, just showing off the goods while she's getting the coin out. And she will pay 38 gold for the Feywatch shield.
Feywatch shield. Metal shield of elven make. Classic gift to allies of the Fey. While holding it, you have a +5 bonus to ability checks made to identify or perceive illusions. And a +5 bonus to saving throws against being charmed.
It'd be funny. Sees you counting the coins with your chest out and charges you twice as much because he wants to see you keep counting coins.
Yeah. The other ones are Sir Varian shield and the Sky Metal shield. But they will be available in the shop if you ever decide you want them. The Sky Metal shield is, if you so much damage, you're hit with a melee or ranged attack, you can use your reaction to absorb energy from the attack. You suffer damage and effects from the attack as normal, and the shield gains 1 charge. The shield can have a maximum of 5 charges and loses charges at the end each day at dawn. As an action while wielding the shield, you can expend all its charges to release a forceful blast. Creatures within 10 feet of you must succeed a Constitution saving throw. Creatures take 1d6 force damage for each charge expended, are flung back 10 feet and knocked prone. So think Black Panther's vibranium armor.
Delete that footage.
Or more aptly, when Thor hit Captain America's shield in the woods.
Yeah, exactly. That would be a much more apt description.
Seems like they're lining up. Oh, they're just excited.
I did a roll. One of the shields was almost the boomerang shield. You can make a
Boomerang?
range attack with this magic shield. It has a range of 20 to 60. Uses strength or dexterity. If you're proficient with shields, add your proficiency to attack. On a hit, it deals 1d6 slashing. If you throw the shield, it appears in your hand the instant after it hits or misses.
So really Captain America's shield.
Indeed.
So just take these two, make them kiss, and there you go.
The other shield that was almost on that list was... Where did it go? Where did it go? The Shield of the Tortoise. It's a +1 shield. But there are...
Yeah, doesn't it like reduce your speed or something?
Makes you a turtle.
Oh,
Turtle?
like just outright it like polymorphs you into a turtle or something.
No, it just makes you sluggish. Speed is halved. Roll initiative. When you roll initiative, treat the roll on your d20 as a 1.
Ah, terrible. Got it. All for the trade-off of a +1? Yeah, no, that's
Yep.
bad. That is a bad trade-off.
Yeah.
Friends call me Speed.
Or Master Roshi.
Let's do both. Anything else you want while you're here?
No, I'm all good. How about you?
I'm good.
Meanwhile, in a distant world, there's a cat man slamming his head against a wagon because he's just dying of boredom at the shopping. So as for that thing that we were talking about in Lash's talking as they're exiting the shop, did you want to go to the Buckle, or do you have a room somewhere here in town, or?
Octavia has offered me her finest rafters.
I don't know if I can be comfortable afterwards.
Oh, you mean for the thing, not sleeping. Oh.
Oh,
Right.
oh,
You can tell he's so not used to this.
I do my best work in something that I can actually lay down in.
Sure, we can go to the Buckle.
Okay.
I'm following you for this, okay? You know what to do. I have no clue. I'm following your lead.
Right. But just as we're going along, maybe think about what excites you, but not in a fight way. And
You lost me.
will lead the way back to the Buckle.
Wait, you lost me.
What excites you and not in a fight way? You lost me.
And we're not going to go into detail on what happens there.
Mercury will roll a performance check, though.
Against what? My performance at advantage, because this is literally my job?
Well, it's not going to be against anything. He's just he it's a performance check for him to see how well he does.
Disadvantage because this is first time?
DM?
Performance disadvantage, Constitution saving for Mercury, Constitution saving at advantage for Flash.
6, and then the con save was regular, or was that also a disadvantage?
Disadvantage. This is
Disadvantage
the
with
first
shot.
I can't even spell dis.
You are outperformed and outlasted. Lash, you're leading the way through all of this.
I mean, he's learned, like, the way he's doing this is he looks like he's learning something. He like to him,
And
it's just like, oh, and a few weeks ago when I had made him, I did a dice roll to determine his size too.
okay. And we will leave it at that.
Yeah,
Octavia,
he's looking at it like he's taking notes or some shit. Like he's learning.
Octavia,
Mm,
your location is being approached.
rapidly.
Again?
Oh boy. Well, as Octavia is, let's see, she's already, seen to her injured Dwergar down in the basement. She's sent her new contractees, out into the world to enact her will. I guess right now she'd be trying to gather together some extra supplies for the trip to the Cackling Caverns, because that is a place that we need to go. So she wants to make sure that she has enough rations for when they get there. So yeah, she's not exactly paying super duper attention to someone approaching, but you know, passive perception is 17. She'll eventually hear them.
You hear armored boots against the ground. And Cecilia opens the door up. Miss Roth, company, the marshal.
Ah, the marshal finally deigns to come and visit me in my humble shop. Please.
Oh, you're approaching me?
Please, by all means, thank you, Cecilia. If you'd be so kind as to, fetch the marshal something to drink. Do you prefer tea? Coffee? We're a little limited on our full stock of normal amenities, but we like to make sure everyone is comfortable when they come by to talk.
They won't be staying long, Miss Roth.
Of course, of course. Busy woman maintaining a prison.
Your companion Lash made it clear that you made your way to the Nether East City.
I see.
Yeah.
She does tend to expound a great deal, it seems. So, what's your interest in it?
There are things there that are best left there.
Oh,
And I would like to make sure that you have no intention of seeking these things.
well, that is somewhat vague. There were a great many things when we got there. A few missing now, but there's still a great deal left to be seen, sorted through. You're going to have to be more specific. I won't know what to avoid. Or why?
The
Both of
city
those might
itself,
be useful.
the city itself, you're free to loot to your heart's content. I would not stop you from that. In fact, some scholars would love to get their hands on things from that city. I would ask that you leave the tower alone. The spire in the center. Stay out of it.
Avoiding the tower. You may need to explain why, or at least what specifically must be avoided there. Because as it stands, according to the professor, there is some reason for us to explore a little deeper.
The hero of the Dale, man, I greatly admire for his work to keep us safe here for so long. He used that spire to lock something away. Something that caused a great deal of pain to the Dale. And he put it there so it would not be disturbed. Saying too much about it could draw undue attention, as it has been brought to my awareness that the Arcane Brotherhood are also looking for the city. They seek to raise it.
Well, I have no intention of raising the damn thing. It would probably split in half in the attempt. It's quite thoroughly deteriorated. And to be perfectly honest, I have really only one particular goal in mind when it comes to plumbing the depths of that place. I am a businesswoman. I look for things of value, things that are more easily transacted. So if it's something complicated, if it's something of a certain niche variety, it is unlikely to be easily transacted, and it will be difficult to place an actual good market value, and that's not good business. So if it's some particular trinket or some sort of sealed away beast or something, believe me, I will leave it be. I don't want to be unleashing some kind of grand monster. We already have plenty of those to deal with.
If you're being honest, please give me a persuasion. If you're bending the truth, give me a deception.
How much on bending the truth? Cause...
Do you actually intend to stay out of the tower?
No. No, absolutely not. Full intention to go in. But she is being genuine about, I do only have one particular goal in that tower.
Right. Then your choice, deception or persuasion.
It's the same for either one. We'll say deception for 28.
He looks at you for a long moment before nodding. I've already asked Lash to stay out of that tower, which is why I'm extending the courtesy to you and asking you to stay out. So I thank you for at least agreeing that whatever's there might be more trouble than it's worth.
I'm curious
Okay.
how it is exactly you know of its contents, given that, well, our misadventure into the necropolis required delving through an entire glacier of ice. When did you have the opportunity to learn of what was there?
As I said, the hero of the Dale was greatly admired by me. And he made sure that we, at Gravel's End, knew what he was putting down there. We don't just run a prison. We also safeguard that place, if need be.
Very well, very well. I will agree to leave it as much be as possible. If you will do one thing for me. A small transaction of information. Something very simple, something innocuous, something actually that may be beneficial to the whole Dale, as I have business in trying to calm down a certain haughty and worked up creature. Now, I've never been far up north enough to see the Sea of Ice. I don't know its layout very well. I imagine you do. So I will agree to leave anything particularly risky, dangerous, or just too niche to be able to pass off for regular coin in the necropolis. If you will tell me where your scouts, your guards, and your patrols might have seen Arveatress.
I won't ask what you need information on that thing for, but we know she has two nests. One on top of the glacier, one in the Sea of Ice. The one in the Sea of Ice, she has made home in the ship the Dark Duchess. It is stranded on a glacier.
Pulls out a map. If you would be so kind. You see, I'm supposed to go and talk with her to try and calm her down so she stops attacking things. She is, at this moment, being misled.
She doesn't quite point to a specific point, but she does circle a reasonable to search area. Since it's on a
Gotcha.
bit of an iceberg, it does float.
Right. Give me a sec.
So, from the S and C, the 4 squares to the left of the S and C, with the bottom right touching, go up another set. One more. Right there. That would be where we see her when she's out on the sea. As I said, it's a stranded ship, the Dark Duchess. We're not sure if that's where she keeps her home or if it's just a secondary nest or a treasure trove.
She's an ancient dragon.
keep.
It could be one of any million things probably just overflow from her main hoard.
It could be.
I'm
She
not
does
exactly-
make rather frequent trips there.
Frequency.
At least three
That's
times.
good.
At least 3 times a week. Sometimes 1, up to 3. But always at least once a week.
Any clue as to where we might search if we're up in the area of the glacier again, where we might find her other nest? If you happen to know. If you don't, that's fine.
If you go to the R in Glacier and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 squares down from the R. In this rise here, deep ice caves, that's where she comes from.
That is very out of the way.
She
much
likes it
everything.
like that.
Well, that is unfortunate. It does make going and visiting her to try and talk sense into her harder, but comparing it to where everything else we need to do is, it is the most reasonably close, at least to... Damn it, it's not close to anything.
As I said, she likes to be out of the way. She's a dragon soaring over the spine of the world is nothing to her. People coming to invade her territory, though, have a very hard time getting there.
Well, I guess the best chance we have is going and seeing her at the Duchess. Fitting name.
That, or if you find one of the tribes of the barbarian people, try to find the reindeer tribe. They are usually in the the Y of the river heading towards the glacier. The bottom river, right? Yeah, right at the Y of the river there. The reindeer tribe. They travel into the mountains more than anyone. They would be able to get you there.
That's still quite a jaunt from at least Caerconic. Why is everything so remote up here?
And Miss Roth, Octavia, please, if you do go down into the city, even if you do have to go to the tower, don't take anything from there.
I will do
Nothing
my
good will
best.
come from it.
I will do my best to leave whatever I don't already understand. As I said, I have a very specific goal in mind. So, I will leave alone whatever is unknown to me. If I don't recognize it
you
on
get a-
sight, I will leave it be.
You get a small chime from Kryn in the back of your head. Ask who the hero of the Dale is.
Call it bardic curiosity. I'm not as familiar with all of the tales surrounding the city. Who was the great hero? How did they find the necropolis? From what I understand, the only way to get in was some sort of magical token or another. Currently in the clutches of Arl.
An unlikely hero, to be honest. A drow man.
Drow. That's curious. Because apparently
Dresden
drow are currently inside the caverns just above the city.
That's how he got in. The Underdark connects into the caverns. Dresden, the heroes of the hall. There's almost a screech in your head.
In her head, she's going, "What? What is it? What's wrong? What is going on?"
He broke me.
Bro. Okay, we will talk about this in a moment. I'll get her out of here, and we need to have a discussion about this, it seems. All right. You have my word. I will try not to disturb what I can afford to not disturb. And again, if I don't recognize it, I will leave it alone. And given that everything in there is at least 2,000 years old, it's a very, very short list of things that I will recognize. Gems, magical scrolls, that sort of thing. Art pieces, we did see things like that. So, I will do what I can to respect the memory and leave the place be, so that no further calamities befall the region.
He gives you one last look, nods, and leaves your office. Flash,
Jewel.
Mercury, as you approach Belladonna's Fair, you do see the marshal leaving. Maybe for a moment you are alone with your thoughts.
She's going to poke her head out of her office briefly and call down to Cecilia and say, "Cecilia, hold any more visitors. I need to sort out some of my luggage and my notes."
As they're on the way in, Lash just gives Nimi a respectful nod before heading into Belladonna Fair. Also, afterwards, Lash did use prestidigitation to clean stuff up, but does that do anything for scent? Because she doesn't know if Delsa's going to get territorial again or not.
Smells mercury all over Lash.
It does clean smells.
Okay.
Clean soiling, 1 square foot at a time.
Mercury, Lash, you enter the building, heading towards Octavia's office, and you're stopped by Cecilia. Just a moment. Miss Roth has asked for a moment of privacy after her meeting with the marshal.
Oh, okay. I'll just have a seat over here then, and she will use prestidigitation to conjure up a fashion magazine.
Thank you very much.
I imagine Mercury's walking a little funny.
That jittery
Nice.
the post jitter walk.
More relaxed than he's been previously.
He's not walking as stiff.
Ah,
But yeah, his legs are a little bit loose, but you know, it's more so like he's feels them less than what he normally does. But other than that, he's walking fine.
Right, Octavia. You have the room alone with Kryn.
all right.
Hit pause on whatever you're listening to and
Go ahead. I want to hear about it.
Grist the drow, Thunder Breaker. He shattered me. Took my heart and locked it away.
Why? Was it something you did, or why?
You saw the dream, my last wielder, the Mad Mage, terrorized the Dale. I could not be destroyed, but I could be hidden. What better place to hide me than a place buried under ice and in a prison of magic that defies gods?
So you're saying he hid you away simply because he was afraid of that vision?
Not just a vision, he was here for it. He led the assault on the tower, killed my previous master. He could not trust my heart to be left with anyone. Did not feel anyone could stand the power I offered. So my heart was locked away. And it must be in the tower.
Why did he punish you when you were simply being used by another? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, in the abstract it does, but it's...
I'm a powerful tool. Weapon. Creation. It was in my nature to lead my owner to rule. It is what I was created for. What I learned. My nature cannot be changed. I am what I am. A tool to rule with. So, unable to destroy me, unable to trust me in the care of anyone who may be tempted, it was best to just lock me away. This part of me that's with you, I'm just a shadow of what I am. A fragment, a shard, but with my heart. With my heart.
With your
My
heart,
power
you can be
wants-
whole.
Yes. and my allegiances will not be swayed. Even now, I can feel it. In the dead of night, I feel hammering, heat, and hatred being poured into other parts of me.
Other parts. You feel Zardarok.
I do.
Do you know
My
what he's
queen.
doing to you?
He is forging me into an abomination. An engine of wrath and death. He does not seek to rule, he seeks to ruin.
Then we must go claim your heart.
Please, my queen. Claiming my heart would mean claiming what he has stolen. Claiming
Don't-
my heart would turn what he's turned me into against him. I don't know what he's forging me into, but all I know is he is pushing his hatred of everything that's not him into me.
Then we will push him out. We have to go back to the tower. And I know the marshal said don't mess with anything in there, and it's clear what she didn't want us to go and meddle with.
When you dream tonight, I will show you my creation. I will show you what has made me what I am.
I would like that. I would like to know my partner in all of this. But rest
The
easy,
crystal
friend.
goes. The
Red.
crystal goes quiet.
Thing after thing after thing after thing. Well, the marshal is now a problem. Right. Okay. And after she kind of gathers together some more of her sundry notes and packs a couple of extra cans of rations into her bag, a lot. She's gonna put a lot in there because she's got the bag of holding, so she's gonna cram that thing freaking full of a lot of rations.
500 pounds.
Yep, and I'm only using 51 right now. Soon to be even less, because I'm going to leave something behind.
As you are putting things into your bag of holding, you feel something from the inside of the bag hit your hand.
Oh,
When you withdraw it, see the back of your right hand. The gauntlet has shifted the back of the hand, now resembling a crystalline ram's head.
ooh. Ooh.
And here I was getting ready to do a rendition of Mr. Sandman, but it's Mr. Bagman.
No, finally, I've absorbed the crystal ring! God, that thing's been sitting there for like 4 sessions, and I wanted to do something with it, but I keep forgetting. Other things keep happening.
You do not feel an attunement to this item, but you feel it connecting to your armor. The crystal is attuning to it for you.
Thank you. I ran out of slots. Oh. Well, look at that. All right. Let's go kick down some doors and get your heart back. And she'll finish putting stuff into her bag, and she will go ahead and open up her office door.
Open it, see your companions.
You'd think these issues would come out with better articles by now.
Well, you keep conjuring it out of thin air, it's really only going to have what you yourself can think of.
Oh, this is true. Oh, hey! And she dismisses the magazine, realizing that...
If you really want some good quality reading, I do have some books on international trade law in my library here. Oh, they're a great read. Riveting.
I think I have a book more up her alley. And he just holds up the goblin book.
Next time. But in the meantime, what have you been up to? I've noticed that that Nemi left here in a little bit of a huff.
Oh, she wanted to make sure that I knew that she was unhappy with too much poking around down in the necropolis. Told me, don't go into the tower, and I said, well, kind of have business that might take us deeper in there, but we'll try not to mess with anything untoward, something like a creature that might be bound down there. She said, don't take anything, and I was like, well, if it's something I recognize that might be like a gem or some other kind of more commonly transacted valuable, I can't really make a promise on that, but I would do my best to leave things that were terribly risky alone.
She told me about all of that as well to avoid the tower, and I promised her that I would do my best to make sure that we didn't disturb anything.
She didn't talk to me at all.
I'm gonna do my best to hold you to that as well, Octavia. Baubles or not, whatever's there stays there. Agreed?
Well, again, I had a goal in mind for that place. But I will leave unknown, unrecognized, anything even remotely dangerous that I don't immediately know, I will leave it be. You have my word on that.
Kind of feel like there's a bias here.
Because where Nemi didn't talk to Mercury at all. I feel like there's a bias here. But Flash gets a bit of a stern look because she knows how you dance around with words. And just slightly shakes her head, but doesn't say anything else because she knows that there's no point in arguing with you because you don't care about words.
That hurts. She clearly
The dynamic
cares.
between Lash and Octavia.
She clearly
I do
cares
enjoy
about
this.
words. It's why she's very careful in picking the exact ones that let her have the freedom she needs. Words are very important.
And this is why Lash bases her judgment on actions rather than words, because in your hands, words can now mean nothing to her. she can't trust words. Whenever somebody like you comes along that's very skilled with dancing around meanings and promises
Right.
and whatnot.
That
Octavia,
hurts.
her actions are what.
Oh, that hurts, but fair enough.
Yeah. Yep. To people like Octavia, words are tools that she can manipulate in order to get the outcome that she wants. But you can't manipulate your actions in order to show something that they're not actually doing.
Well, I
Like, you can try to do sleight of hand stuff. You can try to hide your action.
One of the reasons why Mercury outright told Octavia, like, if you show any sign that that you turn sides, he'll do his job.
And she's not
And hey, who
changing.
just
She's
gotta-
not picking sides. Jeezums crow.
And I got me a spiffy shield that helps out with charmed and illusions. Ooh. Granted, it's not, all seeing and whatnot, but it helps.
And as you all prepare to get ready to head back out into the wilds, that is where we will end it for tonight. It is 1 o'clock for you all.
This is very true. It is 101.
And I feel the
and-
setting out of a new
102.
adventure is a good place to stop.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is indeed.
Just as a quick note, just so I can go ahead and get it off my sheet. Lash is going to be leaving her regular shield at the buckle, just in case one of her sisters or the madam needs it for protection.